de ClimateLaunchpad por impulsarnos a soñar en grande y actuar por el planeta.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Soy Oscar, CEO y fundador de Presentan. Y en ClimateLaunchpad hemos transformado una visión en una estrategia concreta. Gracias al programa hemos recibido un acompañamiento estratégico, así como mentorías, que nos han brindado mayor claridad, enfoque y una narrativa mucho más sólida para poder presentar nuestras ideas.
Hola a todos, mi nombre es Villalobos, CEO de Este. Actualmente somos participantes del programa de innovación Innovadoras con el proyecto de soluciones.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Mi nombre es Ricardo Sosa. Mi proyecto se llama Serán. Lo que busca es poder llevar acceso de agua potable en momentos a aquellas familias que más lo necesitan.
Hola, ¿cómo están? Un gusto saludarles. Mi nombre es unirse y soy la fundadora de Testigos acá en Costa Rica. No me imaginaba el impacto o la importancia tan grande que tenía Creativos, y la puerta que se me abrió ha sido de gran apoyo, de gran acompañamiento, de guía y de muchas mejoras que implemento en mi empresa día a día.
Mi nombre es Sandra Tabico y lo que más me ha gustado en el programa son las sesiones que nos brindan. Estamos viendo lo que es el nicho, el impacto o el valor de nuestro producto. Nos han ayudado más a enfocarnos en nuestro producto, de cómo manejarlo o cómo mejorarlo. Me ha gustado mucho y espero tener buenos resultados.
Soy Yesenia Caterin Percalife, soy del equipo Earth. Y definitivamente el programa ClimateLaunchpad 2025 ha sido una experiencia transformadora, resaltando las mentorías personalizadas que nos han guiado paso a paso a cómo también enfocarnos en nuestra solución y también a ver oportunidades donde no las habíamos considerado.
Hola, mi nombre es Anthony Torres Solano, estoy basado en Costa Rica y soy representante del emprendimiento Batsu. Gracias a ClimateLaunchpad 2025 hemos podido transformar lo que antes era solo un esbozo de una idea a realmente tener un plan de negocio que incluya la validación del segmento de mercado de nuestro propósito y además que ha integrado a nuevas personas en nuestro equipo.
Tomorrow we are participating of the final of ClimateLaunchpad, so we invite you to follow us to see the result.
Oigan, hoy quiero contarles lo chévere que ha sido el proceso en CLP, en el ClimateLaunchpad de ClimateLaunchpad. Ha sido una experiencia súper enriquecedora y con un montón de ayudas para impulsar el emprendimiento.
Olá pessoal, eu sou o Alessandro Tausen, founder e CEO da Ancestors. A experiência do Bootcamping, ela superou as nossas expectativas, onde lá a gente teve informações precisas, conhecimentos, network, e demais variáveis que são ligadas ao programa.
Hi everyone, this is Thales from Carbonova and I just finished the ClimateLaunchpad Bootcamp here in Brazil. Well, the bootcamp was transformative. Sofia Cassimo guided us through how to turn climate ideas into scalable business and really pushed me to refine Carbonova's mission, which is using AI and data to help companies measure, reduce and monetize their emissions. You know, this experience opened my eyes to new opportunities in the carbon market and the global potential of Brazilian climate tech.
Hello, I'm Lucia Martinucci from Zapucay, a participant in the ClimateLaunchpad. For my project, this program has been fundamental. The bootcamp provided me with practical knowledge and key tools to move forward with confidence.
Ei pessoal, tudo bem? Eu sou o Rafael Coutinho, o líder de educação da Movi. O Bootcamp ele foi excelente para que nós compreendêssemos como montar o nosso pitch deck de forma concisa, detalhada e qualificada. Os deveres de casa que também foram passados ao longo dos 2 dias nos ajudaram não somente a entender os desafios do próprio programa, como também a a se apropriar e a entender melhor o nosso negócio, essa grande temática, né, de transformação e mudanças nas questões climáticas.
Olá pessoal, meu nome é Rodolfo. I'm the founder of Symbios that is building living systems for organizations with AI. And being part of the Brazilian group has been important to clarify our business operations, product services, and especially the customer journey.
Hola, soy Laura, de Bosques Urbanos. Cuando me enteré de la convocatoria de ClimateLaunchpad, aproveché el minicurso que ofrecían para presentar ideas, y haciendo ese minicurso me di cuenta de que no tenía una idea, sino muchas. Terminé presentando 7 ideas al concurso, guiada por ese minicurso, que estuvo muy interesante, en particular la segmentación de clientes.
Hello everyone. Of these ClimateLaunchpad Américas Regional Final. We have warm Argentina, we have Impact Hub Sao Paulo from Brazil, we have the Tech of Monterrey, Mexico, we have Clean Leap United States, and we have Clean Tech Hub in Colombia, Central America, and Peru, with the joint venture that this organization have done with different universities of high quality level in these countries, as Universidad de las Veritas, Universidad Rafael Landívar, Universidad Tecnológica de El Salvador, Universidad del Pacífico, and Externado de Colombia. So thank you very much, all of you, for being here. We hope that you had enjoyed the first day, and you had, well, the ones that already are in this road of entrepreneurship with impact, I hope that you had got more inspiration, more motivation to keep doing what you are already doing. And the ones that are just like doing amazing job, like cheering all these founders and the teams of these green startups, please also keep doing that thing that you started yesterday. I keep cheering up to all these teams because they really need your support. This is just one step on the way. This is just the beginning of this amazing road of climate entrepreneurship, and your support is absolutely essential for them, because the road is not so easy sometimes, and your support and your energy is absolutely fundamental. So, as I mentioned, we are live from Holland House in Bogota, and we're streamed using the online channels of Clean Tech Hub and Cámara Verde. You can see us through YouTube, LinkedIn, and Instagram. So stay tuned, because at the end of this journey of today, we are going to announce the winners of this ClimateLaunchpad Americas Regional Final. The winners of today, they're going to have amazing awards, but the most important thing is that 2 of these groups are going to represent the whole Americas in the grand finale of ClimateLaunchpad in Austria at the end of October. That's huge responsibility, and they are going to show the passion, the commitment, the discipline, the integrity, and all the things that they want to do with creating this purpose-driven business. So let's start. Let's go with the presentation, please. We are going to do a little bit of housekeeping. Lini, the presentation. We are going to do a little bit of housekeeping that is super important. We are being at the end of this huge event of this 7th Forum of Biodiversity and Circular Economy Forum. This later, after the first block of pitching, we are going to have Catalina Valenzuela actually here with us in Holland House. That's going to be absolutely amazing. Then we are going to have another round of pitching. And in the moment that we're going to have the highlights of biodiversity and circular economy, actually, I and the other people of the team, we are going to be reviewing the scorecard and checking all of the people that have the high scores have all the requirements checked to be able to be the winners. Because, and let's go to the next slide, please, because we need to be able, las evaluaciones, por favor. We are going to remember here about these evaluation criteria. That is really important, right? So all the juries have the scorecard where they need to give a score for every pitch. And the criteria are based on these 6 that you are seeing right now in the presentation. So the market potential, that, as I mentioned yesterday, is fundamental because we'll start working with all these teams, looking for them to be absolutely sure about their market product fit. Why? Because the first reason of failure of startups is to don't have a market. So what the way that we are going to do to avoid this? Well, like pushing the entrepreneurs, the founders, and the team to secure that market and start understanding them better. Because all the time we have a lot of ideas with a lot of senses, but if we don't go further and learn from our client and learn what the market is saying, we are going to commit a couple of mistakes and problems. Actually, yesterday with Carlos Serrano, he said something really important. He showed us how to use artificial intelligence to do fast the process of validation and go to that product market fit. And that's super important because, as he mentioned yesterday, we need to hear the market. You as founder of a startup, as an entrepreneur, or even a C-level leader, you need to hear your client. You need to know what are their pains. You need to know what they need to solve. You need to know the words on how they are expressing their needs to be able to show that you can fix that problem. So the first one, market potential. Then we have the social and the other kind of impact that can be done by this green idea. We have as third, the potential for innovation or technology. Then, of course, we are a climate competition, so we are going to qualify, evaluate the potential of climate impact. Then we want to see the passion of the team. You know, when we had the boot camp, we start with the founder's dream. And in the founder's dream is the team too. Because you have a dream, but you are going to build to live that dream with a team. So the juries will check what they feel and what they check about this team. And of course, in the end is the total quality, what the juries saw and feel and perceive about the call and the integral experience of that pitch. That is going to be the evaluation criteria. Next. And super important, this is a mandatory compliance with the pitch structure. That means that all the pitches, all the presentations need to follow this structure. These slides, 9 slides with these names, or not necessarily the names, but with the information. This information and this structure had been delivered and presented and worked with all the participants in the bootcamps. That means that 116 teams had this information at the beginning of the process of this ClimateLaunchpad contest. So everyone start the journey of ClimateLaunchpad program with this information. Actually, this slide was took from the workbook that we delivered to the participants. So this is not something new. They knew this and this structure from day one, and they worked during all these weeks and months working on all the behind the scenes to show this structure that is really assertive and facilitates the way you communicate your business. Okay, move on. What happened to the winners? Let's remember what are going to win these teams, the number 1 and number 2 places. We are going to be announcing the winners today at the end of the journey, more or less 2 p.m. Colombian time. That's, I think that is 3 p.m. Eastern time. Please check your time zones, because here we have more than 5 time zones, so be aware of that. So in the second place, they are going to Vienna. They are going to present the. They are going also to have free access to a Santa Clara's University certificate online about how to start a business. They also are going to be, they are going to have the option to enjoy of 3 office hours with Catalyst Latam experts. Oh my God, this is amazing, because I have seen the experts of Catalyst and they are amazing, with a lot of knowledge, with a lot of experience, super quality level of knowledge. So this is going to be an amazing 3 hours to enjoy. Also, thanks to Clean Leap and OVH Cloud, they are going to receive up of 1K per month of cloud service credits and 6 hours free one-on-one engineering consultation by AVH Cloud. And remember, this is not worth it just for someone that have a tech-based startup. All of us, all the startups need to have technology in the top of mind, and they're going to be requirements that they have. So they are going to have this consultancy and this guidance to take advantage of this award. So thank you very much for the sponsors that make this possible. Bank of America, of course, ClimateLaunchpad, Catalyst, Clean Leap, and also OVH Cloud. And the first place, well, the first place is going to have also, besides the awards of the second place, is going to have a secure spot for Cleantech Hub's regional acceleration program, and is going to have more cloud services credits with OVH Cloud, and also going to have a little bit of surprises too from the office of Cleantech Hub in all about communication and how to make some noise about your business. So a lot of things going to happen after today. And okay, I think that before meet the jury and the teams, I want to present and maybe move really fast through the presentation and go to the one of the speakers. I'm going to introduce first to Fernando. Fernando Flores is with us. Hello, Fer. He's in Mexico. Fernando is a serial entrepreneur with deep experience in building business from zero across Europe and Latin America. What drives Fernando is integrating innovation and passion to open new business model and reducing cross-border barriers so ideas can scale where they are needed. Fernando is known for his commitment, results orientation, and an habit of seeing the opportunities side of every challenge. And also, Fernando, I'm going to, I don't know how do you say this, but I'm going to give maybe early news, but Fernando is preparing his first book. So we are expecting to have that book at least on Amazon first, maybe at the beginning of October. We will let you know, because we are going to make a lot of noise. Actually, I had the lucky and the honor to read the book before being actually launched, and I love it. So I will totally recommend it to everyone to be really counting the days to be able to buy Fer books. So Fer, how are you? Good morning.
Thank you, Manny, for having me here, and thank you for the publicity. I'm glad that you enjoyed the book as I enjoyed writing it. And thank you for having me here. It's always inspiring to be on ClimateLaunchpad, and it's always inspiring to see all these entrepreneurs and all these ideas come alive. So thank you.
Okay, so you are going to join us with this amazing keynote, that the name that you share with us, what from challenges to change, how entrepreneurs are shaping the future. And this sounds absolutely amazing and pertinent on the umbrella of this global competition, because that's what ClimateLaunchpad wants. It wants to push and to discover those entrepreneurs that are shaping the future, doing what they do today. So I think that you're going to share amazing information. So the floor is yours. Welcome, Fer.
Thank you for that. Let me put my screen. I will not look it because then I only see the presentation. But I hope you enjoyed, and if you have some comments or something, just please let me know. You're okay. You're looking now the full screen, right?
Sir, we are seeing everything perfect. The presentation.
Perfect. So, well, thank you very much for having me here. As I said before, I'm really glad to be here again in ClimateLaunchpad. I know which is all the process and what are all the things that you are doing as entrepreneurs. Congratulations for all of you. You are already winners of your countries, and you are having this great competition on the regional side. Hope you're winning to the Gran Final. Who am I? And just for moving quickly in this awkward slide, I'm Fer Flores, and I'm really passionate about businesses and creating value since early stages. And that has bring me to found some companies to really help and advise organizations of understanding their sustainability and why they are doing the things they are doing, and help a lot of entrepreneurs as yours to shape your ideas, to get things done, to take action, and to really launch your businesses. So those are, let's say, my credentials for this chat. But let's put the entire scope and the entire light on you guys. And thank you. And this is the message that the message of this presentation is: your companies are really shaping the future. And we are all grateful for that. And it's important for you to listen, because normally we are on this, on this rush of making the presentation, of understanding where you are and understanding the market, as Moni was saying. But sometimes you don't take this moment to say, okay, who is listening to me? We are all listening, and we are all grateful. And I think this is a really important slide as well, because I think we all think maybe more than one time per day. As my father quote, he is, stop the war, please, I want to get off. I mean, we are really, really living on challenging days. Everything is changing nearby us, and especially businesses, and I'm going to talk a little bit of that. So it's common to feel this kind of dizzy and say, okay, stop, please. I need a moment, or I need a pause. And this is not only you as entrepreneurs, it's everybody. So be aware of this, because it is something that we are all living together. So what are the challenges? And because I started that the challenges to change. So what are the challenges that we are living? Well, first, climate change is not forecast, it's not papers or investigation, it is a reality. It is a reality that sometimes we don't even know that we are living it. So heat waves, hurricanes, huge rains, droughts, food crisis, a lot of things that we are already experiencing on our cities, on our daily life. It's already consequences of climate change. So it is not something, a big problem that scientists will solve. It is something that we are already living, and we need to adapt for this and say how we are going to make things better. And those are part of you. We are also living currently wars, a lot of wars around the globe, that it's also create a lot of instability and a lot of doubts, not only on our daily basis, but also on our markets, and understanding what's going to happen. That's a lot of challenges that we are facing. The social and economical inequality is not new, but we have increased that gap, and those with that gap has also created more problems, have this distribution of resources is not, let's say, going into the right direction. So that also creates some consequences that we are all living in the daily life. And that brings us also put stress on our market, put stress on our entrepreneurs, but also put stress on our daily lives. Sometimes if you go to the supermarket and so now it's even more expensive than it was 1 week before, or so on. So then we are really living this. As a result of everything what I have said, we have this political instability that is shaping the new world. As we speak, we are losing species and we are losing biodiversity, and we cannot even understand which will be the consequences of those. And also, we are experiencing huge jumps on technological shifts. So now is AI booming, and we are all want to learn and understand why, how, and if it's for me, and how it is for me and to my businesses. So all this together brings a big uncertainty on all of us on our daily lives. But also, you as entrepreneurs, you are also facing common challenges, let's say, for starting a businesses. Although it can be a little bit more hard. Why? Competition now is fast and agile. So before you have your idea, you take your team, you pivot, you make some our famous MVP and so on. Now you have to do it faster because with the AI, with a lot of more competition worldwide, with these connectiveness, a lot of people is maybe thinking the same idea as yours. So we really need to go fast. We need to take action, and we really need to prove. So competition is furious, more furious now. The economic crisis, let's say, touch our investors, but also our clients, and make the question: Is this for me? Is the risk too high? Is it worth it? So it makes, let's say, make double questions. This is very important. We are living in an oversupply world, so make no mistake. Sometimes we think that we have the best idea and the novel product, and sometimes it's really unique, but most of the time it's not. So what is your possible clients doing now? Going to Amazon or going to Google and search and look, oh, there's another company in China or in Europe or in US that it is making the same. So you are really competing with a lot of things. And this is also good, let's say, for you, and I will go to take that later, but oversupply also takes some more risk. There's a lot of information on our hands with our smartphones, with our tablets, with our computers. So we are really suffering of overload information, but also that makes us in this new area of fake news of, can I rely on this? Is this real, or it is already AI, for example? Is this product as they advertise it is, or maybe it's not? So that also is, let's say, one of the perks of having this overload information. And access to finance there is a lot of money, there is a lot of investment. There are a lot of investors that want to go for you guys, but there is one thing, is they want to have the golden ticket. So access to finance has been always hard. It is harder now because they want to have more certainties about. So that's good, let's say, but it also binds in this world of uncertainty. So as we see in all the challenges that we have seen, uncertainty is the key word, and we have to deal with it and we have to embrace it. But I want to go for the next slide and show you part of a small video of one of my favorite movies, that it is Moneyball. And this message is key, and it's key because let's look at it. So I hope you have liked this small video, but look for that movie that it is Moneyball, not as baseball, but as figuring out if baseball is my business, then how can I make some changes. But in a quick shell, you are not medieval businesses, and that's already a big applause for all of you that are competing here in ClimateLaunchpad. You are really thinking about creating a better future for all of us. You are asking the right questions and getting, or let's say, getting in the past how we sometimes understand what it is a business. And why you are sharing the future, because you are taking action, you are facing climate change, but also you are saying how does this climate change that I am experiencing on my cities, on my community, on my daily life, how I'm going to face it, not as an entire big problem, but as a local and small and something solvable problem. And by that, you are really looking for local problems to be solved in your countries, on your markets. You are having these let's say, found this specific thing that you want to do, that you want to remediate, and you want to say, this is how we can do it. You are creating jobs, not only for you guys, but also for the ones that you are going to be having in your company. You are going to assemble an amazing team that can share your vision, that can share your dream, and that can, by that, have this multiplication of what we are doing. You are thinking out of the box already, and that's also very important to understand, because you are already challenged to face new solutions, to face new things, for new problems, and to re-understand what we are doing and understand why it is not unnecessarily, and for you, I know that it is true for you, the main goal is not to make money. The main goal is to solve the problems, and money is the consequence. And that should be like that. Companies should be founded like that, not about making a product and making money, but about solving problems, needs, and share all with these people that then become your teams, and your clients, and your investors. And more important, in all the pitches that I have always heard from ClimateLaunchpad, and when I was involved in that, is you are already thinking of creating a future. It's not a company just for making a product or a service. You are thinking of how the future will be on your local communities. So the word that resumes everything is you are creating impact, an impact around you. You are also teaching, and that is really important. Although you are important, you are teaching all the industries and all the businesses around us that we all matter, that you are taking all into consideration, that your neighbors, your community matters, and that you are going to solve problems for that. You are learning from nature, not only as mimic nature, but also you are saying, okay, what does nature needs to, as climate change consequences, needs to lessen us? How can we deal from this? How can we adapt from this? And how can we restore it? How can we not compete, but embrace, but help, but coexist and cooperate with nature? This is perhaps the most important teaching. By doing, you are having a different metrics, an alternative metrics to define your success. You are not defining your success by how much money you have on your counter or your stock market. You are really defining your success about the impact that you are doing, about your clients, about the value proposition that you are bringing, about the CO2 tons that you are reducing or mitigating, and how you are restoring and creating a better future for all of us. So that's key, because that's the metrics that we need to be measuring, not necessarily the other ones. You are also teaching all the other businesses around you and all the other industries and your surroundings by rethinking and redesigning business models. And this is not easy, and I understand, because sometimes we are taking our courses, we are saying how the businesses are being done, but it does not fit necessarily to you, because you are in the state of the art. You are rethinking and redesigning what the future of the business will be. And by that, you are creating a better future for all of us. So please remember, entrepreneurs, Believe in what you are doing, believe in your dream and your company. Be courageous, because this is a difficult world, a furious competitions, and we have a lot of challenges, but I know that you can do it. Be patient, because it is not an easy trouble, but with courageous and with discipline and having actions and don't surrender, patience will pay off and you will succeed. Be open-minded as you are already, because you need to learn, you need to listen, you need to adapt. So don't think as business as usual. That is something that does not apply for you. Be open-minded on that. And please remember, and please never forget, that business is not money or is not products or services. Business is about relationships between people, creating value in those relationships. So please continue, all of you entrepreneurs, continue inspiring us, showing that there are different routes to a better future. And once again, thank you, because you are the companies that are shaping a sustainable future for all of us. I don't know if you have some comments, but I'm glad to.
Fair, amazing. I love it. And I want to just, I have a lot of notes here about what you said that I found fascinating. I'm going to start backwards, actually. You mentioned something that is extra special, and that's something that what I have seen working in the entrepreneurial ecosystem for more than 15 years is that people are not in the center of a business. And what you said is, remember that a business is relationships with others. Relationships means what we said in a business language, like our stakeholders, right? So how do you connect with others? And that I want to connect with the last intervention that we had yesterday with Lina Tanjarife and other of the speakers that invite to this space. And she talked about the friend racing. I love that concept. The friend racing, right? Is when we do business, when you share a passion, when you really want to change the world, when you want to show the rest of the people like how to lead in this new way of not having a business as usual, but having a business based on how to solve problems and create impact. And as you also mentioned, that a business that the money is the consequence, right?
Yes.
And actually that phrase doesn't mean fair, and I don't know if that happens to you when you talk with entrepreneurs, doesn't mean that you are not going to be a billionaire, right? Because if you focus in a big problem that you're solving around the world, it's amazing to be able to see that consequence and to be rich in an economical point of view, right? Because we are also talking about creating value in the social terms, creating value in natural terms, and creating value in economical terms. So I love also the way that you mentioned that to money be the consequence of solving a problem and creating impact, and that we all matter. And when we understand that we all matter, means that any strategic decisions inside the business, how is going to impact everyone, right? Exactly. So Fed, when you have, and I know that we don't have much time here because actually we are going to start with the first block of pitching, but to make a correct closure of this, you start and you close with also, you are full of amazing quotes here, actually. You said, creating a future for all of us, right? So that's a powerful quote that is absolutely connected with all the information and all the value that you delivered to us. How, in your experience, or what will be your advice, your closing advice for founders of startups with impact? How to make these values, like create impact, like remember that everything is about relationships, to understand that money is the consequences, as to focus on solve the problem. How to put that in values that are not just in a nice painting on the wall. How don't forget that in the way of when you are pushing to scale up and to go to another market and to accomplish the new goal on a business way.
Well, what I have seen, and which will be like my advice, is don't lose yourself. You also count. Normally, we are always putting the spotlight on the clients, on the market. What are their needs? What are the recommendations, and so on. And sometimes we lose on that process ourselves of what do we want, where do we came from, which are the problems that we are aiming to solve, why those things matter for us. And it's very important to understand this because at the end, and as I said in the presentation, businesses is a relationship between people. So you need to understand that both parts count. You, your part, you as a founder, you as a startup, but also as your clients. So then you have to really have this dialogue on saying which are our common values and where the links where we understand each other and when we can create something together. So it's, let's say, thinking about us as a friendship. There are some friends for going for movies, there are some friends for going to Paris, and there are some friends that really listen to you. So you need to understand which are the things that are connecting you or your company and you, because that's really important. You as entrepreneurs, you're giving a lot of your values and a lot of your personality to your companies, and those are the fundamental things to share with this. And also how you are connecting with all these things that you're sharing to your company with your clients and your investors and your providers and your teams. So that is, if you understand this, that if we are people that are having a good relationships and create value through this relationship, then you are really a big step forward than a lot of other businesses.
Amazing, Fer. Thank you very much, Fer. And actually, we are not leaving you because now you are changing roles. So we have here Fernando as our speaker to start the day 2 of this ClimateLaunchpad final, but now we are going to be with him also as jury. So Fer, thank you very much. Just going to change your hat and join us as jury. Yeah, thank you, Fer. Okay, so now let's meet the jury of the day 2 that is full of knowledge, full of expertise, full of real experience of entrepreneurship. We have here today to Daniel Torres, that he is a purpose-driven founder. He's a founder of Tres Loops, that is a Latin America startup, and totally full experience on entrepreneurship. He knows what that means. So he understands everything that all the startups and the teams of the startups are sharing today, and the nervous and the challenges and the new steps are going to be looking forward after this event. Daniel had been there and understand perfectly what that new challenges means. Also, we have Leah Montserrat Alvarez. She's from ClimateKick. She works on ClimateKick as a strategic program builder. Leah, thank you. Welcome for being here. Also, totally involved with the ecosystem of entrepreneurship, especially with impact, with climate impact. So also a lot of knowledge here to receive amazing feedback and amazing questions from her. We have Fernando Flores, that you already knew him, that he was with us as our speaker this morning. And later today, we're also going to have Ana, Johanna, Dave, and Julian Andrade, but I'm going to introduce themselves properly in the other block of pitch that we're going to have later on. So next, I'm going to change here. Now I'm going to see the agenda here. So in this first block of pitch, we are going to have companies that are going to give us those new ideas and new ways to solve problems under the circular economy and clean industry. We are going to have for this first block groups from Argentina, Guatemala, Peru, Brazil, San Salvador, and Colombia. So they are going to show us their proposals, their business ideas to respond to the opportunities and problems that they have seen in their countries. So that's something that's pretty important to keep in mind. So welcome for every jury. If you want to open your mic and introduce yourself with a couple of words, really short presentation, and we will start with the pitches. Leah, let's start with you, Leah, please.
Thank you, Monica. Hello, everyone. Glad to be here today. So Monica already presented me. My name is Leah Alvarez. I have been working in Climate Geek for 5 years already, and I have worked measuring the impact of a lot of startups. So I'm quite eager to hear the pitches today and just ask a bunch of questions. I will pass the microphone now to Daniel.
Thank you, Leah.
Hi, everyone. My name is Daniel Torres. I'm the CEO and founder of Three Loops. We help companies, big size and medium sized companies, family owned, on improve their sustainability strategy with technology. I'm an entrepreneur too, so happy to hear all the pitches and happy to help with my comments. Next, I pass the word to Fer.
Thank you, Daniela and Leah, and thank you for being here. I'm grateful for being here as a jury and eager to listen to all the pitches. And well, I have been involved in entrepreneurship, but also in sustainability for many years already. So that will be my presentation.
Thank you. Super powerful group of our jury. Thank you very much. So now we're going to welcome Esteban Silva from Protiva from Argentina. So we are yesterday we had one group from Argentina. So today we will be having two groups from Argentina, and you're with your whole team. Amazing. Protiva team, welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, we are all together.
Hello, everyone. Okay, we are going to put your pitch, your recorder pitch, to be able for the jury to watch it, and then we'll receive the questions.
A river for you. Would you drink this water? Me neither. I'm Gonzalo Pulca, co-founder and CPO of Protiva, a startup born after visiting a textile factory and realizing that this red came from petroleum-based toxic colors flowing directly into the river. And this isn't just local. Textile coloring pollutes 20% of drinkable water worldwide. And this happens in the middle of cities, exposing people to carcinogenic chemicals. That's why at Protiva we develop non-polluting, high-performance bacteria-based dyes. We sell them to textile manufacturers at $1 per kilo of fabric color, matching the cost of traditional petroleum-based processes. And because our colors are produced in industrial fermenters, we can scale them globally. This is a $45 billion global market. We start in the premium and sustainability-driven segments where brands are already demanding for clean innovation. Then we scale into the mass market, moving from $15 million in 2028 to $500 million in revenue by 2034, at just 1.2% of the global market. We aim to become the company of next generation colors. To achieve that, we are not just offering a product, we are building an integrated solution. We are developing 5 blendable colors that are durable, biodegradable, and designed to meet industrial standards. Traditional processes use copious amounts of water, chemicals, and energy, costing $2 per kilo of fabric. Our process can save 40% of that cost with equal performance and no pollution at all. We've already developed the first of our 5-color roadmap. This brown color I'm wearing. To make it, we built a repeatable and patentable methodology. We explore Latin America's most extreme environment to select bacteria that evolved to produce durable colors in industrial fermenters. Then we test them under industrial conditions. This works as a platform to scale our bio-based solutions, and it's already in use by customers. Through pilot testing across Latin America, we spoke with key players of the value chain, and they told us they expect one supplier of biocolors, drop-in solutions that work with existing facilities, and alignment with brands because 65% of the value sits with them. These insights shaped our go-to-market and led to our first commercial sale that helped validate our model. In a conservative scenario, we project $100 million in profit by 2031, selling 5,000 tons at just 0.3% of the global market share. This growth is driven by sustainable fashion growing 23% annually, new regulations in cleaning processes, and a nearshoring tendency. At this scale, every $1 million in profit helps prevent 2 billion liters of water and 50,000 tons of CO2 emissions. That's enough drinking water for Buenos Aires City for an entire year and cancel out the emissions of 40,000 international flights. We achieve this by changing the full life cycle of color. No petroleum in dye production, savings in color application, and full biodegradability in the effluent. Our colors don't remain in rivers, protecting nearby communities from toxic chemicals. That's what drives our team to bring textile needs into the biotech lab. Emilia, our CSO, leads the extremophile bacteria strategy. Carola, our CTO, optimizes the industrial biomanufacturing. As CPO, I bring deep experience in textile coloring, and Esteban, our CEO, combines business with biology to lead Protiva's strategy. We are backed by Gridex and recognized by global organizations which already believe in our vision. Our 2034 scenario, $500 million in revenue, means one garment with our colors for every person on Earth. We are already wearing ours. Help us ensure many more can wear them too. Thank you.
So I start with the questions. Oh.
I think so.
To start with the questions.
Okay, so I have a question and one comment. So I'm gonna start with the comment and a little advice. I see you guys that you have like a very ambitious goals from an economic perspective with market, but I suggest to have a little bit of a roadmap of how can you get there, like the go-to market or the steps, because it was not really clear for me. And the second is the question that is, what is the problem? Because it's not clear if the problem is related more to water or to color or to the textile industry. So that's
Yeah, first, the problem at the beginning of the video pitch, the textile industry contaminates 20% of drinkable water worldwide. So our pigments are biodegradable. So we are avoiding that contamination of water. And apart from that, the market, the go-to market, we start with the premium sustainability-driven segments at the beginning, where brands are already demanding for this kind of clean innovation, and then we scale the production and the scale up of the market, of course.
Perfect. A little advice from my experience: when the problem, we know all that we're here, that the planet needs a lot of solutions. That's a fact. But I suggest you to tell the problem with like a ICP or ideal customer profile or a buyer persona is much easier in the go-to market, because when it's the environment or the world water, it's a little bit complex. But congratulations, you have a very good project.
Thank you.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you, Protiva, for your pitch. It was really good. I really liked it. But I do have two questions for you. Let's see if we have enough time. The first one is, can you tell me, when you say that your pigments are sustainable, which material do you use, which makes it sustainable, and why that material is sustainable?
Okay.
Perfect. Well, as we are using bacteria to produce colors, the chemical or the chemistry of these pigments is bio-based. So when we start working with bacteria, we characterize the chemistry of these pigments. We assess that they are biodegradable and they are safe for humans. This just to give to manufacturers a natural solution that allows them to use less water, less chemicals, and less energy during coloring process, because that's the key bottleneck for sustainable coloring in textile manufacturing. So that's the reason of using bio-based solutions that are safe for the industry.
Okay, thank you a lot. And the second question that I have is, how do you see your innovation having a social impact by changing the pollution that there is in water, what is the positive outcome that you see in the adjacent communities?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes. So
The
what?
connection is a little.
Oh, my connection is not great. Okay.
we hear
So
you well.
what is
We hear you well.
Okay, well, that's good. Okay, so what do you think is the positive impact your innovation has? Because now you know that with this innovation, you're going to decrease the pollution in water. And how does this have a positive social impact? Can you elaborate on that?
Well, there are many verticals to make an impact with our solution. First of all, less means less energy and means less chemicals during coloring process. That's why we aim at industrial scale. During the pitch video, we mentioned that we could save billion liters of water during coloring applications. On the other hand, it's very important that textile manufacturers are exposed to dangerous chemicals during that process, so we are offering to our customers a safer input for their processes, which is bio-based. And on the other hand, we are protecting nearby communities because textile manufacturers are textile facilities or manufacturing companies are in the middle of cities, so it's a very complex problem when these effluents go straight into the river, nearby communities. So we are trying also to, at the end of the process, make an impact also in communities by giving non-polluting inputs to coloring process.
The photo shown in the first picture is a river really near where we live. So
yeah.
we understand the impact.
Okay, yeah, that sounds great, and it sounds quite clear. Yeah, and I will say that also positive impact, social positive impact that your company has is that by decreasing the chemicals, also like the land is less polluted. So the water, when it goes to agricultural areas, you can actually have like better produce and things like that. So I will say that there is a higher positive social impact. But I will pass it now to you, Fer.
Yes, please, because actually it's connected my question with yours. I understand perfectly the problem that you're trying to solve. Here in Mexico, we have it as well, and it's a huge impact. But my question is, if they use, like any company use this, your product, what happened or which is the result on the water? So how can we, because we see the picture that we don't want, this red river, but how is the water after you use your product? So it's clean, it's clear, it's not, it's still good color, because you only mentioned that it is biodegradable, but what happens, like is something that I can like trim there, even if it's with color, or like which is like the consequence of using your product as a manufacturer and not only having the green label, let's say, so which is more clear the consequence on the water. I think they are frozen.
They froze. Protiva team, I think they froze.
Okay,
yeah,
now
they're coming back.
Should I repeat my question?
Hello. I think that let's check.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. Okay, the question is simple. If I'm a manufacturer and I use your product, which is the quality of water that I will have, and how does it look like?
Perfect. Yeah, of course, I'm going to share with you the result with our first product, but the ambition is to achieve this with the complete palette of colors we are developing. During the coloring process, we aim to achieve the higher efficiency possible, which means more than 90% of the color being attached to fabrics and not remaining in water, right? But at the end, there are different kind of textile dyeing processes and different kind of customers in these processes. So we are not capable of controlling all processes at all. In that sense, we know that if our color remain in water, it's biodegradable, right? It's a matter of days, of few days, that the color will disappear because it's biological and it can be degraded in common environments. But with this first color, this brown, we are achieving a high performance where more than 90% of our product go to the fabric, not remaining in water.
Okay, and those bacteria, can I swim on that, or can I drink the water or not? Is that safe, even if it's biodegradable?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, if I use your product and I have less coloring on the water, as you say, only 10% goes, can I get in touch with that water that comes out as residue? Or
yes, of course.
Me?
Okay, thank you very much, Protiva team. Thank you for the jury for the questions. I know that we want to keep talking with all of you for a long time, but that's why also for the juries, you have your scorecard that need to be fulfilled in a real time. And we have last column where you can leave a little note or a feedback or something that you want to us to share later on with the team that maybe you weren't able to share. So please let that note there that we will in charge of transmit that information to the teams. So thank you very much, Protiva team. Keep online here, be connected through our channel of YouTube to be able to know how this event keep running until this afternoon. So now we are going to give the welcome to Camille. Camille is from Guatemala. Hello, Camille.
Hello.
How are you? So, Camille, we are going to watch your pre-recorded pitch of your company named BioTrash. Let's see it.
Thank you. Bioorganic is a climate-smart solution that transforms organic waste into clean energy. Hello, my name is Camille Knopfler, and I represent the company BioTrash. In Guatemala, we generate 3,000 tons a day of organic waste, either manure or food residue. To understand it better, this is around 300 waste trucks. This unresolved situation generates two problems: methane, that is a gas released into the air that contaminates the air, and leachate that contaminates the soil and ground. Bioorganic is a special equipment to treat organic waste. From $15,000, you can buy it and generate biogas and liquid fertilizer. We want to impact directly the agro and food industry in order to generate electricity, generate thermal electricity, and saving costs on their operations. There are more of 1,000 agro and food industry that are direct generators of manure and organic waste, which becomes a raw material for electricity generation. As you can see in the chart below, we want to specifically impact the poultry, swine, cattle, food processing, and market industry, and we look forward to attend in the next 5 years 25% of this market. To understand better the customer value proposition of bioorganic, it's that from 1 ton of organic waste, without bioorganic, the industry will continue to have an improper waste management, a high waste transfer cost, and soil contamination from leachate and air from methane. With bioorganic, they will have an on-site waste management, no soil contamination, and a productive use of methane. This will avoid 383 kilograms emissions of CO2 and will generate 729 kilowatts of electricity. Bioorganic is a portable biodigester assembled and installed at ground level. All accessories for electricity and heat generation are included. You can buy it for a direct purchase or financial leasing. It includes the biodigester, the installation and technical support, maintenance, and accessories. We have 5 different models for the size of the industry and the amount of organic waste they produce, from $15,000 up to $400,000. The true value is in transforming waste into results. Our customer finds valuable that this prototype or this type of biodigesters generate electricity or generates thermal electricity. Also, it's very important that they can see the impact on their operational costs. And we have a hypothesis and a very interesting customer that is the municipality of Guatemala. They asked us first to do an organic waste research in order to understand the amount of organic waste they produce. What they found very valuable is that they not only will have electricity from organic waste, but also will avoid the transportation from markets to landfill. If we talk about financials, we understand that there is a huge market out there, up to 1,000 customers. We want to achieve in the next 5 years the 25% of this market. This means 250 biodigester in the next 5 years in order to have $1 billion of revenue. Our key drivers is that we have direct purchase and technical support, very important. Also, a very flexible business model. You can either buy it for a direct purchase or a financial leasing. And the most important for a customer is that they will have an impact in cost savings and reductions of CO2. If we talk about climate impact, from these 250 biodigester that we will sell to the agro and food industry with bioorganic, we will impact directly on SDG number 13, climate impact, in order to avoid 52,000 tons of CO2 and generate 91,000 kilowatts of electricity. We are the family Knopfler Calvo, and we have this project Bioorganic. We believe that waste is not the end, it's the beginning of a climate smart solution. We will continue to clean Guatemala as our strategy of circular economy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Camille. Thank you, Camille. Well done. So now we open to the Q&As. Leah, and then Fed.
Okay, I will start with, I think that a quite basic question, but I'm curious. I have seen a lot of biodigesters in the market, so I'm curious, like, can you explain what makes yours special?
Yes, in Guatemala, this type of technology is non-existent, the size of the biodigester. We have only one big biodigester in a private company. However, it's not open to the public. So in Guatemala, it's a big problem and it's an unresolved problem. So yeah, there is a lot of other type of technologies. However, this biodigester, the interesting thing is that it's portable and it has a small size, so you can have it either on your backyard or outside of a market or behind of your I don't know, your area landfill, and it's easier to manage.
Okay, thank you. I will pass now the microphone to Fer.
Thanks. Congratulations for your pitch. One of the problems that I have seen with the biodigesters is, well, access to finance, that you are achieving that very good. So congratulations on that. But the other is the subproduct. So sometimes they don't use enough of the biogas, and they do have a lot of problems on the mods and the fertilizers that they are saying, like, yeah, I'm having those, but I'm not using it. So what are your plans or your research? What is how they are more using the mods and the process besides the electricity or the gas?
Yeah, that's a great question because other customers that really don't have a use for liquid fertilizer have asked us like, I don't need that. So specifically to solve this type of situation with our customers, you can either reuse liquid fertilizer in the process to make it more calorific rich. I don't know if that's correct to say in English, in order to generate more electricity through methane. It's easier for the biodigester to biodigest if it's on its liquid form and it has already a high calorific power. In order to reintroduce it in the process, you have more benefits from it if you don't use it, of course, if you don't have the need to use it.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
And the last one, Camille, the technology is yours, or you're using like a mix of different technologies to commercialize the product?
Yeah, we have a special provider in China that they have, of course, built and sell for everyone in the world. However, we have a special arrangement with them, and all 5 models are from the same company.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Camille. Thank you. Well done. Amazing pitch. As a great problem to solve in Guatemala, so it's pertinent for the country. Thank you very much. So we are going to welcome the next team. And we are going to have Ramses, if I'm not wrong. Yes, Ramses Villalobos from Peru. Let's welcome Ramses here. Hello, Ramses. How are you?
Hello. All fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great to have you here. So Ramses is going to present us his idea with black soldier fly logistics. Let's watch his pitch.
Hello everyone, I'm Ramses Villalobos, CEO of BSF Logistics. It's a pleasure to introduce you to bioconversion without limits. Perhaps some of you have heard about the global boom in the insect sector, with hundreds of millions of dollars invested in structured companies that represent an inflection point towards sustainable food systems. However, everyone has encountered the same limitations when trying to scale their production. Either the climate isn't ideal or the logistics don't allow profit. Limitations that BSF Logistics has managed to overcome. We offer on-site organic waste bioconversion services under a B2B business model, charging $175 per ton of organic waste bioconverted into agricultural inputs. Projections also indicate that the animal food and nutrition market will continue growing steadily, both in terms of demand and prices. Only in our vision market in Chincha Ica, there is an annual demand of $157.5 million from the Peruvian largest agricultural industry, such as La Calera, San Fernando, and Prolan, some of which we already work with. They also generate more than 500 tons of organic waste daily, which is the driving force behind BSF Logistics. Once established in the initial market, we have access to a national market 12 times larger and a global market 250 times larger, where there is growing interest in hypoallergenic insect-derived protein for pet food production. For this reason, we present a system with competitive advantage over our competitors. Bioconversion processes in just 12 days compared to the 3 to 6 months required by conventional methods, with monthly bioconversion rates of 150 kilograms per square meter. Patented equipment and processes adaptable to all types of climates, and having installed modules even at 3,800 meters of altitude, always achieving economic viability. The main advantage of this decentralized farming model is the elimination of freight costs for both organic waste disposal and the purchase of agricultural inputs. The service consists of industrial symbiosis agreements that involve the installation of maternity and fattening systems where larvae will be produced for the bioconversion service. The organic waste generated at the companies is passed through mining systems, so that the larvae don't spend time breaking down substrates and thus accelerating bioconversion. After 12 days of waste application, the substrate combined with larvae is passed through screening systems, where the separated agricultural inputs are obtained, larvae for feed, and the larval frass and agricultural biostimulant. From interviews with business groups in the sector, we determined that all of them are seeking long-term agreements and operational continuity, based on the fluctuating pricing of agricultural inputs and the supply and fertilizer crisis of recent years. And they all agree on the suitability of simple logistics, but they could ignore it if the industrial symbiosis developed brings significant economic savings, which is exactly what BSF Logistics proposed. Even though international expansion plans are in place for 2030, only in Peru 360,000 tons of organic waste are generated monthly from agricultural industries and municipal landfills, with a 17.4% quota aligned with our production capacity, which will then reach 62,500 tons, and taking into account proven net profits of $80 per ton, net revenues of $5 million per month will be achieved. We currently bioconvert 20 tons of organic waste per month and mitigate 700 tons of CO2 per year, making quite tangible the goal of mitigating 1 million tons per year by 2030, while introducing systems that allow adaptation to climate change, and best of all, the larva fattening process leaves no water footprint in its wake. We are a highly disruptive team, and this has allowed us to see the insect industry from a different perspective. Two founding partners, myself, a concept creator, and Lady Ayala, who brings every idea to reality. We have both specialized in creating environmental conditions for insect hyperproduction. Our dream is to generate productive and operational resilience in all the agricultural sector, become the first unicorn company in the insect sector in South America, and introduce bioconversion without limits worldwide. We invite you to join the efforts of BSF Logistics in the achievement of these goals. Thank you.
Frances, thank you very much. Great pitch. So now let's open the 4 minutes of Q&As. Okay.
Can you clarify me, because if I understand, you sold this kind of process, so you sold also the insect and the larva so they can produce their own compost, and then they use it on the fields, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, where is the logistics part from?
Okay, what we sell is a service, is an industrial symbiosis. Normally, the agricultural companies invest an amount of money to buy some inputs, agricultural inputs. But with this same amount of money, after BSF Logistics, they can achieve or they can buy the same amount of agricultural inputs, and additionally, they eliminate their organic waste. This is the symbiosis, because maybe you can say that we can charge a little more money for our services because we are eliminating their organic waste and we are giving them the agricultural inputs, but they give us a landfill to build our infrastructure. We build maternity and fattening inside these companies. So we eliminate the transport of organic waste from their companies to the compilation of waste, organic waste, and we eliminate the transport from our company to the sale points. This is how we eliminate all logistics costs and how all functions as an industrial symbiosis.
Okay, thank you. Great pitch. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Hi, Ramses. Thank you for your pitch. The question that I have is, can you tell us a little bit more about the social impact your innovation has?
Yes, we have valued our activities in a social level, hand-to-hand with the Lima 2035 Association. We have replicated our activities in ollas comunes. Those are institutions that give food to the people in vulnerability, poverty scenarios. We have entered the larvas to their activities. So they feed the larvas with their organic waste, and after the 12 days, they use the larva to the chickens that are donated by Calera and use the compost in their bio gardens. So now the ollas comunes has fresh larvae and fresh vegetables, where after our activities, we're only organic waste. With 10 ollas comunes, we are doing an impact of about 3,000 persons, because each olla común give food every day to 300 people, 300 persons. So,
Okay, last question.
Hi, my question. Congratulations, Ramses, on the pitch and the project. My question is about scalability. How difficult is to train people to manage each location? Because you said that your advantage is you don't need a own location, it's the location of your customer. So tell us a little bit about that, please.
Yes, human resources is the most difficult part of this kind of activity because we cannot be in every space, in every company. So the first company with whom we work was La Calera. This was the first largest company that we entered. And in these spaces is where we capacity all workers. After we work with them almost a year, this is when we propose them to be be the management of any other space, just in Lima, in Apurimac, in other spaces that we are already working. But the time that is taken by every worker is almost a year to know everything that they need to know to do a correct breathing in the activities.
Thank you so much for the questions, Yuri. Thank you, Ramses. Thank you very much. See you later. Keep in touch and keep tuned through our channel of YouTube. And now we are continuing. Now we already have 50% of this block under the ideas of circular economies and clean industry. And now we are welcome to Marco Antonio Silva. Marco Antonio is from Brazil, and the name of his business idea is Apoena Bioindustrial. Welcome, Marco Antonio. Now we are going to watch your recorder pitch.
Okay, thank you. Everyone, I'm Marco and I represent Apoena Bioindustrial. Apoena is a company born from the Florence, make babaçu part of everyday life. We help preserve babaçu forests and create new job opportunities for women coconut breaks. Apoena in Tupi-Guarani means the one who sees far. This reflects our vision on unlocking the potential of the babaçu bioeconomy by connecting science, communities, and sustainability. Before Apoena, babaçu products come entirely from mono-break biomass. This created low income for communities, and only 7% of the coconut used. The working was precarious, with no income alternatives and no incentive to preserve babaçu forests. With Apoena, you include these women in all market model, providing new income opportunities, full use of the fruit, and the products that help reduce greenhouse gas emissions. The market for babaçu-based productions is huge, about 38 billion euros a year in Brazil. In agribusiness alone, it's around 20 billion. Diesel in agriculture moves over 11 billion euros annually. All entering Ponte Mato Grosso, very large farm spends rolling 1.6 billion euros on diesel each year. We reducing diesel costs by up to 25%. This means about 210,000 euros savings per year on our farms of 10,000 hectares. Below indirect savings, we deliver environmental and social benefits, low CO2 emissions, circular economy, and trophy sustainable development. Our bioactive for diesel reduces 25% of diesel consumption and the greenhouse gas emissions. It's a right performance solutions, already tested in agricultural machineries. In practice, we apply just 0.2% of the products. In interview, farmers management said diesel represents 20 to 13% of total costs. When asked about additives, they reported poor results and technical issues. That's why 18% of farmers still don't have a reliable solutions. They are looking for real saving, reliability, and social impact. We have competitive costs and growth in demand for sustainable solutions. In 2 years, we aim to reach 1% of farms in Mato Grosso, Brazil, with projected profits of more than 3.5 million euros. This shows both scalability and relevance for Brazilian agribusiness. Here you see a comparison of three scenarios: without additive, with conventional additive, with ABA, all products of Apoena. The difference is clean: around 4 million tons of CO2 emissions avoided. In the pilot phase, you are already preservation 138 hectares for Babaçu forests, increasing the income of 12 families by 40% and avoid about 1,500 tons of CO2 per year. This is our team, Márcia, responsible for management and commercial strategy, Cleide, finance lead, Ivan, machinery technology specialist, me, product and process development, and Maria, Babaçu breaker, all directions bridge with the common needs. Our dream is scale the Babaçu by economy, ensure decent work and the opportunities of choice for women coconut breaks, become a leading reference in Amazonia by industrial by 2030, contributing significantly to the decarbonization of Brazilian agribusiness with solutions derived from Amazonia and the preservation of Babaçu forests. Thank you.
Thank you, Marco Antonio. Well done and congratulations. And actually, you're the last team of Brazil. We have three representatives from each country. And yesterday we had the first two from Brazil, and now you're the third. So the Brazil team is already like, yay, we went through everything. And now you need to wait and see what happened for a couple of hours more and see what are the news about the evaluation and the scorecard that we are going to see after the qualification of the jury. So, Chris, what questions do you have for Marco Antonio? Fer.
So if I understand right, you are providing your equipment to produce this additive for the fuel, and by that saving costs and emissions, right? Yes.
Yeah, in the market products, we use 100 of Babaçu coconut. We produce many products. So the oil for the cosmetics and the food, but your focus on the development, the additive. And the additive the additive is combustion equalizer, né? Most efficient and constant rotations, okay? Our first validations was with Ambev trucks that are arriving in the 8 to 14% user saves. And they observed in the testing perceiving they definitely holds relating the agricultural machineries, we save already 14% in the case of how the productions is more achieving the demand. Okay, we have the machinery. We can process tonnes the Babaçu, the machinery. In the machinery, I can produce the additive for the escalation.
Okay, and do you, beside this oil that transform into additive, do you produce something more with this? From this fruit, as I understand, or not?
Yeah, the oil they provide the fruit, Babaçu coconut, And the fruit, before the company, the fruit is the beneficent by the women's break the coconut, and the women's they win the 2 tonnes the communities. After with one machinery, I can produce and they 8 tonnes for days. The women's for month, and now for days. I can produce in a large process in the additive.
Okay, thank you. Congratulations, Marco.
Thank you.
Thank you, Marco, for your pitch and presenting your innovation. I'm curious about, so you said that at the beginning this was considered waste, and then you took it and you created this product. So I'm curious about, well, basically the same question that I asked to the previous team. What is the social impact that your innovation has, and how is affecting the community, since it's a new economic stream for them?
Today, we already avoid 100 tons of CO2 per year, preserves 148 hectares of forests, and they have raised the common day 11 families by 40%. For example, they use the product, they see the additive, action stage, and the validation additive, and they in their farms. With the ski, they explain the road impact. For example, the previous in 2013 preserving 700,000 hectares of babaçu, and they average the 7.1 million tons of CO2. Our impact is directly the curling greenhouse gas emissions for machinery and industrial. We also I did life cycle of products with impact on net platforms, comparing the ABA or products in the United States, the common additive in Europe. Results show the ABAs emit 96% less CO2 than the United States in productions. So the two scenarios, the productions, the reduction the CO2 percent, the CO percent, and the results in the camp. They reduce the 25% of the emissions, the greenhouse gas emissions.
Okay, thank you, Marco. I will pass it now to Daniel.
Okay.
Congratulations for the project, Marco. My question is, Apoena has a patent of this technology?
Marco? We lost him? Yes, we lost Marco Antonio.
So. Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. Can you repeat, please? Question?
Yeah, Marco, the question is that if you have if Apoena have a patent or is protected the innovation or the project?
Not yet. They create some day products. They create a last year, 2024, and they validation the products and they factories and the stabilization the effective protocol of this year. But now I can with the research they certain the implementation of solutions, but not yet.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Marco. So stay tuned on what's next and wait for the news at the end of this event and check what are going to be the good news and know who will be the two winners. Thank you, Marco Antonio. Thank you, juries. And now we are going to give the welcome to Juan Benitez from El Salvador, representing Central America, with his business Ecochispa. Hello, Juan. Nice to see you again. Okay, so now we are going to watch your pre-recorded pitch, and then you will receive the questions from the jury.
ClimateLaunchpad jury. This is Ecochispa, a clean and profitable solution. We all look forward to the weekend to spend quality time with our family and friends. a situation that often turns chaotic in Latin America, where charcoal is widely used in backyard barbecues and even in industry. This is a problem that creates mess with handled smoke, flying sparks, and ash that is difficult to clean and is even too expensive for companies to clean up. Currently, Ecochispa seeks to solve not only these issues, but also four major problems that plague not only El Salvador, but also Latin America. One of them is the waste from coconuts that are scattered all over the country roads, with no control over them. This waste in turn creates breeding grounds for dengue infection, which is also a health and economic problem for the country, leading to a considerable number of deaths per year across Latin America. Furthermore, we aim to significantly reduce indiscriminate tree felling, which results in around 1,300 hectares of forest cut down per year. This is not to mention the fact that people who use this firewood are consuming harmful smoke particles, which in El Salvador alone cause an average of more than 300 deaths per year, and the number rises exponentially in Latin America. Our product, Ecochispa, is a charcoal briquette with a central channel that allows for airflow so that it burns much more efficiently during combustion. It also lasts 2 to 3 times longer than charcoal and firewood. Our total market is 83,600 businesses, of which we expect to reach around 500 in our first year. Our beachhead market is in the B2B and B2C segment, with B2B expect to generate our first major revenue boost, which we hope to achieve in our first year of operation. This includes restaurant food businesses that use firewood and charcoal in their processes, hotels that use charcoal in their product grills, as well as heat-intensive industries like pizzerias, bakery, and brickyards that currently use enormous quantity of firewood in El Salvador and throughout Latin America. With Ecochispa, we will have these businesses reduce their operational costs by 30%. In addition, they will save 70% on their cleaning and maintenance costs. On the other hand, we will reduce the storage space by 50% thanks to Ecochispa's standard size, and we will also increase their productivity by 15% by reducing cooking times. We have conducted 118 surveys with potential customers who have given us 85 approval, with the smoke being their main pain point. Currently, our tests in over 10 households have generated high expectation, as have the 5 restaurants and pizzerias that have tried the product, which have already expressed their intention to purchase. Our social media attraction with more than 1,400 followers is primarily focused on the TikTok platform, which is the platform with over 80% of the social media attention in El Salvador. In our financial tree, we have identified a Latin market of more than 83,000 businesses to which we intended to sell Ecochispa for $1.25 per kilogram. This will leave us with annual profit of $135,000 by targeting just 10% of this market. In the key driver, we have identified that we only need 2,500 kilograms to reach our break-even point, or $3,500 in our first years of operations. With this, we hope to collect in our first years alone 70 tons of coconut husk, which will help us block at least 1,600 tons of CO2 from the environment for every ton of Ecochispa. Our SDG indicators are 7, 8, and 13, among others that are not less important. I am Juan Benitez, CEO of Ecochispa, and I've had more than 20 years of accumulated experience in operation, logistics, and supply chain. Join the spark of the chains. And remember, follow us on our social media. Thank you very much, Jury.
Thank you, Juan, very much. So now we open the space for 4 minutes of questions from the juries. Lian.
Thank you, Chispa, for this speech. It was really good. I enjoyed it. And I have a question for you. Can you explain me how you do these coconut husk briquettes? How is the process to do them?
Yes, in this moment, the coconut not has rice. That is crushed and treats in the main treats of the salad, and then I wanna can take this coconut of the treat for inside the process, but the cost is only taken with the truck.
Yeah, basically we have the coconuts. The only cost that we are going to make is to recollect them, basically, because it's a natural waste that we find on the street.
Okay, cool. Thank you. I will pass it now to Fer.
Thank you. Great product because you have a lot of potential markets, like they are going to still use this in the barbecues or in the kitchen or in the restaurant. Yeah. So I think it's a nice solution. My question is, do you have like a patent for the shape that you are saying that as I understand that the shape of the briquette is the things that allow you to be more efficient. So are you protecting those, or you are open to copycats, basically?
Right. In this one, the copyright is not
Juan, we don't hear you well. I think that if you can use the same mic of your partner, because no te oímos bien, cambia el micrófono.
Okay.
Porque el micrófono de the mic of your partner is working better than yours. Yeah.
Nice. You hear me?
A little bit better, yeah.
Yes. Puede decirle que en este momento no está patentado.
Well, at this moment we don't have the patent for this, but we are working on that to get it, because we have to take all the permissions and all the legal stuff to make this process.
Okay, thanks.
Perfect. Congratulations, Juan, for the project and the Ecochispa team. My question is about the sorting. I know that coconut can be a waste, but maybe in the future is not. So do you guys have like a crops, or how do you plan to have a secure source for the process?
Yes, in this moment, the coconut is the first thing obtained in my material process. But in the future, I have a partnership with a government institution, like a main street, and the cutting trees in the street, and then it's trash is putting in el aire libre.
Yeah, basically we find this on the open streets. So we are planning to do some projects with the government, the private enterprise, to recollect them and to always out. And because you can find this kind of natural waste every time of the year, because our climate is quite tropical, so we don't have that kind of shortage at the moment. But yeah, if we have this, the shortage, we have to collect them, and we have to see new territories to collect them. Yeah, basically.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your answers. Thank you very much for the questions, juries. And we are going with the last one of this block about circular economies and clean industry. We are having New Fix with Jose Mauricio Cosio. He's from Colombia. Let's wait. Now he's here. Jose Mauricio Cosio, welcome. We are going to present your pitch, your recorder pitch. So let's watch it. Welcome.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Jose Mauricio Cosio Gomez, and I want to tell you that in less than 1 month, more than 100 forest fires have been reported in Justo Department of Colombia, where they are using water and in some cases foam concentrated with PFAS, contaminating the fauna, the flora, and even the firefighters. As a result of that, today I come to introduce you to Nufix, a PFAS-free firefighting foam made from juicy cooking oils. And what is its main function? Put out fires with less environmental impact and less risk to people and the environment at a very competitive price for the market of $60 per 5-gallon container. And where do we want to go? Our beachhead market will be the fire department located in the department of Santander, knowing that so far this year it is the second department nationwide with the highest risks of red alert for fires, harming 35 cities. We also want to reach the place in Colombia and Latam where there is the greatest impact for forest fires, among which are Cundinamarca, Boyacá, Meta, Casanare, and Caquetá, and from Latam, Brazil, Peru, Bolivia, Argentina, and Mexico. And we know that there is competition, but we have 3 key factors that make us different. First, we are going to stop contaminating 1.62 million liters of water thanks to the recycling of juicy cooking oils from our beachhead market. 2, the viscosity of our product is lower, which allows better dilution and a faster and more efficient application. And 3, our price is 40% cheaper than the competition, generating savings of $207,000 annually for our client. In addition to the above, our product has 3 competitive advantages. First, it is a national pride. It is the first foam concentrated manufactured in Colombia through a circular economy model, reducing import costs. Second, it has a PFAS test with acceptable results by regulation. And 3, it has its own laboratory tests where it demonstrates the efficiency and effectiveness of the foam concentrate for extinguishing fires. And in this process, we did 20 interviews with the firefighters, industrial safety engineers, chemical engineers, designers, fire system technicians, each with more than 10 years of experience in the sector, where they showed concern about, first, the current situation of foam concentration with PFAS. Second, generation of toxic waste. Third, high costs. And what did they see in Nufix? First, innovative solution to put out fires. Second, safe product in its application. Third, 40% more economical. And fourth, there is purchase interest in compliance with regulation. This is important. By 2030, we hope to have profits of $240,000, taking into account that we are only going to work with the priority forest fire market, equivalent to 20% of the total Latin market. As we can see, there are some very strong contamination figures, incorrect disposal of juicy cookie coin, and some data on PFAS contamination in the USA. However, Nufix brings an innovative solution that will allow by 2030 to stop contaminating 15 million liters of water by juicy cooking oils and zero PFAS contamination. These are our true promise of value. And this is my team, wonderful people who have been involved in this project to protect millions of liters of water warranty cities and countries with safer products, and protect those who protect us, firefighters. And finally, I ask you to support new effects where putting out a fire translates into ignition hope. Thank you.
Jose, thank you very much. Well done. I always say that I prefer to be here presenting the startups than being a jury, because I easily fall in love with all of these business ideas. So, juries, Daniel, do you have any question? Oh, all of you. Okay, Leah or Danny, I don't know.
Okay,
Yeah.
I can start. Thank you a lot for the presentation. I mean, it's a great product, sounds quite interesting. I'm curious about what happens after using the products, because to my understanding, oil is not great for the environment in general. So I'm curious, like after the wildfire, you use it and then it rains, what happens?
Hi, Jose. Open your mic, please. Abre tu micrófono, Jose. Eso.
Okay, all right, fine. Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So the used cooking oil is bad for the nature, is great contaminate, but we have a great process that convert the used cooking oils in foam that we can use to put out fires, the fires in the landscape. So we have a different quality text. For example, PFAS, biodegradability, and phosphates can demonstrate that our product is safe for the human and for the environment.
Okay, thank you, Jose. I will pass it now to Fer.
Thank you, Leah. And it's a great product. I mean, congratulations on that, Jose. My question is, because you make some comparisons between the other ones, like the viscosity and the liters and all these other metrics that you show us. Thank you for that. But how is comparing efficiency? So if I'm having a fire, let's say, which is more efficient to use, like your product or the other ones, or are equally efficient?
No, the efficiency of our product is better because they have a low viscosity. And the other one, a product that I know it, they have a high viscosity. What is the theme here? I'm going to put an example. You have a glass of water, yes, and you have a glass of milk and a glass of honey, right? You put a spoon. In a spoon, you put a little of milk, and you can to mix it very easy with a glass of water. Fine. So when you put a spoon with a little of honey and you mix it with the water, it's more difficult. Yes, it's the same in a fire system. So our product has is more easy to mix it with the water than the other ones that are in the market in this moment.
And that brings that your product, like, turn off the fire quicker, like, yeah, faster or better, or it, yeah.
So with the mixture of our product with the water is very easy. So we can to change what is the fire in the landscape, because can be a big, yes. It's a part that we need to check in the field. But I think that our product has a good result in the next future.
Okay, thank you, Jose.
Jose, I think the main customers of your product are firefighters, right?
Right.
The city firefighters, or cities or government. what are their considerations of them to buy? Is about the quality, it's about the results, it's about some certification, it's about the price.
So I think that all that you say, yes, but one of the thing is the price, because our product is 40% most economic than the other one that are in the market. The other one, we are working to certify our product to give to the customer a good product that he use to turn off the fire. But I think that the first thing that I think of our product is the price and the quality.
Great. Yeah, I think the go-to-market strategy between firefighters from a local city than, I don't know, an oil and gas company can be a different go-to-market strategy, a different strategy, but we should do best with the project is awesome, the technology.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Yuri. So this was the end of the first block of this presentation. So please, Daniel, Lee, and Fer, just check out your scorecard, finish anything that is pending to have all your results there, because it's super important, especially because this is a bye-bye to you. Next block, we will having another different group of juries. So Daniel, Leah, Fer, thank you very much. If someone of you want to open the Microsoft to say something, send a message to all the audience that we are having from 7 countries in Americas, please do it.
No, first of all, thank you for ClimateLaunchpad and Moni and all the team. And for all the entrepreneurs, this is not a sprint. I think that's a well-known phrase, but you need to be very resilient. It's a long race and a lot of persistence. So congratulations for these projects and see you in the future.
Thank you, Danny. Bye-bye. Leah, Fer, do you want to say something? Okay, Leah.
Yes, Monica, thank you so much for having me today. It was very interesting to see the entrepreneurs, and always you're quite eager to hear the pitches. And I wish the best luck to all of the entrepreneurs, and maybe later on we run into another program together. So
amazing. Yes.
Yeah, thank you. I also want to thank you, Monica, because all this event has been great. Thank you for all the entrepreneurs, great companies, all great solutions, all of them. So the best of lucks, and keep changing the world.
Fer, thank you very much. Thank you for the juries. Thank you for all the entrepreneurs that just went through the process of presenting their pitch. So now I want to remember people that is absolutely essential in this process, that are the mentors. The mentors are part of this process. They are fundamental to work with, and all the teams are capable to go through all these processes, starting with the bootcamp, and then those special sessions with the mentors are absolutely essential. So I want to give thanks, a big thanks, and a big feeling of gratitude, because all these mentors are just because they are connecting with the purpose, because they are also sharing the mission of ClimateLaunchpad, that is how we have a bigger pipeline of startups that grow with impact and that help us to accomplish those goals that we want to have a better future. So thank you very much for all the mentors that have been involved, and there are the friends of ClimateLaunchpad around the world and around these 7 countries that we have this year. And of course, let's see what happens in 2026, if we have the same 7 countries, or hopefully we will be more in 2026. So now let's give the welcome to a super special speaker that we have here, Kata. And it's great. Well, as you see, please. Oh, it's better here. We have Kata here in our studio, and this is amazing. I feel like this is so fancy.
Like the superstars that we are.
Here we are. So Cata, well, we have Cata just for a couple of days here in Bogota. It was in the perfect timing, so we were capable to have Cata here because Cata does live in US. But I want to give you the special welcome here, Cata. So I'm going to read a little bit of my words for Cata. So Cata is everything about the intersection of equity, innovation, and learning. Kat is the founder of Innovus, had been partnered and worked with NGOs, donors, governments, and social enterprise to turn complex challenges into actionable solutions, mobilizing people and not just training them, but creating a real impact. Her crafts blends participatory methodologies with data-driven insights and frameworks like design thinking and another measurable strategies to work with different initiatives across Latin America. So welcome.
Thank you, Monica. Thank you for your kind words. It's a pleasure to be here and with this beautiful background that is the one of the few things that I really miss from Bogota, which are the mountains. And being here talking about climate, about equity, and about finances, and with the backdrop of Bogota, Cerros Orientales is a massive endeavor, and probably I will start with that background picture. Bogota has been surrounded by these mountains. We call them cerros, but they are above 260 meters sea level. More than cerros, they should be real mountains. They are not hills, they are big mountains, and they protect us, and they are so green because I believe, and I want to believe, and I think it's because we all try to protect them and to keep them green. And this is probably one of the few things, or one of the many things that we are doing well and that we're doing good, is that we're protecting our city with these mountains. And they look green all over the city, which is even more incredible, despite this being a 21st century city, despite being receiving at least 500,000 people every year, we still have green mountains. So is it possible? And so I'm here to tell you that dreams can become reality. I'm here to tell you that equity is a vital part of having better businesses, of having clean businesses. And well, here we are. Thank you very much, all of you. Let me start with my numbers. I always use this one, and I try to kind of figure out if it changed through the years, but still to this date, the latest data from different sources show that only 2% of the venture capital money around the globe goes to startups led by women, although 80% of the women, 80% of the population that will be displaced by climate change will be women. Still to this day, when collecting and analyzing data is cheap, market intelligence doesn't have a gender lens. Too many times, women leading startups or new business here, it's too early, it's too risky, it's too small. And still, businesses owned by women are more innovative, more profitable, and more environmentally sustainable. Our ideas don't fail. Our ideas don't fail because they lack vision. They fail because our system fails to see its value. So ideas die too young, not because they don't work, but because we don't finance them in the way that recognize their work. And that's why I'm here today. I'm here today to show you how we can make a more equitable, and how can we move from bold ideas to feasible ideas, and how can we move from feasible ideas to innovation to scaling up. What is the challenge? Well, we all know, we have just here, and we will hear later on today, that Latin America and the world is full of incredible ideas to protect these absolutely beautiful mountains, but to protect this river where I had the chance to go and work a few months ago in the Orinoco region in Colombia. And as a mentor, as Monica just mentioned, I've been privileged to work with two very incredible startups. One of them led by an engineer, and she was building, she's creating these bricks that they are not just beautiful, but they are also environmentally friendly. They reduce the costs of energy invoices for hotels and public spaces in almost 25%. Still, just an idea. I also have the chance to mentor another team led by another very, very creative and amazing woman. And she was taking what it was supposed to be waste from her pineapple farm, from her family pineapple farm. And she created these very light pellets for cats' litter boxes. And they were good for the environment for two main reasons. Firstly, because you could dispose of them via the sewage system. And secondly, because as they were lighter, the transportation reduced its impact, its carbon impact. Still, it's just an idea. And just last week, I have the opportunity to mentor Juan Felipe and Juliana from La Veranera. And this is a love story that started between Juan Felipe and Juliana. And La Veranera is Juliana's family farm. And with love and care and lots of science and lots of willingness, I would say, Juan Felipe and Juliana made that farm an example of their regenerative farming, and they're looking to create a platform to help other farmers like themselves, but particularly the organizations that buy and certify organic produce. So an idea became a pitch, and hopefully it will become a platform that will help at least 50,000 coffee growers just in Colombia. Just looking closer, 100 ideas may become 10 startups. We have learned this in Climate Tech Hub, but only one managed to scale. And many times it's just not the lack of impact, it's not just the lack of innovation, it's not just that. It's a matter of money. We are not financing the ideas that may change the impact that the climate is having in our own communities, in our own houses, and in our own beautiful landscape. This picture, and this is all the 3 points that I wanted to mention, is what can we become one. And I brought this picture here. It's from one of my favorite places where I live, is Random Park. And Random Park, as you may know, is Florida, as you may know, particularly the south of Florida, is very, 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 very vulnerable to climate change, not just because of hurricanes that have been happening since forever, but it's just because they're becoming more and more violent. And these little flowers just protect the beach. And these little flowers just protect the constructions, and these little flowers just protect us from the destruction of massive hurricanes. So my 3 ideas: first of all, innovative finance. In 2023, according to the World Bank, climate funds grew by 200. Yes, 200. So that means that there were money available for projects, and there were projects that were financed. Still, we need the money. Still, we need to meet in the middle. We need to meet in the middle: climate startups, financiers, government, us as consumers, us as members of the community, us as citizens. Is it a matter of learning another language? I've been listening a lot about translation and about how to talk about equity with people that don't really believe on equity. I was in Cali last year on COP16 for biodiversity, and I heard a very interesting comment by the CFO of one of the biggest insurance companies in Latin America. And he said, "I'm a CFO. I only understand the language of accounting. I only understand the language of P&L." That same man, at that same company, that same organization, the morning before, have funded the first water bonds to protect the páramos in Colombia. So he said, he said, "As a CFO, I only understand the language of finance, of accounting, but I'm ready to meet you in the middle and to understand the language of conservation and restoration. Don't ask me to meet in your field." What this person is saying is something that we sometimes forget, is that we are too many times we're too embedded in our own endeavors that we forget that we need to speak the language that everyone understands. We're always told that to stop using buzzwords. That's what we need to do. We need to go and speak with financiers in the language they understand. And we need to teach them the language that we understand, the language of climate impact, the language of decarbonization, the language of equity. The second is capacity building. I'm building myself on this idea of language and translation. Yes, we need to help people to become better. I want to give a big shout out to Monica, to Gideon, to Angie, to Américas, to everyone in this Climate Tech Hub, because this is what it means. It means that I start working with Felipe and Juliana 4 weeks ago, and they have an idea that was very fluid, an idea that didn't feel like an idea, but just a thought. And in 4 weeks, with 2 people very willing to be mentored, and with all the tools that they have received from Climate Hub, sorry, and we managed to have a product that is ready to scale. Oh, baby, ready to go to the next phase and scale. A product that will help 50,000 coffee growers just in Colombia. And the third, and again, a big shout out to the Hub, is that we cannot do this alone. The Amazon is just 5 countries. 5 countries. Not just Colombia, not just Brazil, not just Bolivia, not just Ecuador, and not just Peru. It's 5 countries. And the river doesn't know about frontiers. And the indigenous people that live there don't know about frontiers. And probably the Colonos and the Colonas, they know too much about frontiers. And that's why they're there. So these 3 points is what we need. We need collaboration. We need to build the capacities to be able to move from an idea, from something that is very kind of gaseoso, from something that is liquid, to something that is tangible, that has numbers, that will tell me 50,000 growers, and I will pay, and I will receive $100 per farm a month. And it also needs innovative finance. It also needs the money. And it also needs that we learn to speak the language. And capital builds projects, and capacity builds futures. And yes, we often celebrate when startups raises its first round of funding. I guess it matters, but money alone was not enough. We really touching heart, and we say that last week or the week before, we learned that Fubana was out of the market. And this is one of the solutions that I believe as a consumer, that will help lots of growers. So money is not enough. We need the capacities. We need to learn how to scale. We need to learn how to build a team. And this is not a pain just for startups. This is not just a pain for climate tech startups. This is a pain for growing businesses. And I think CleanTech Hub is doing a great job doing this. I want to shout out these ladies. These ladies were in a workshop that I did a few weeks ago, and they were learning to design and to write projects for their communities. And many of these ladies, I don't think they have finished the compulsory education, but they were ready and they were willing and they were there. And the organization that I was working to was there. So capacity building is the biggest. Capacity building is this inspiration or non-inspiration of top. Capacity building is sitting down and being mentored and allow other people to help you. And inviting the financiers here or the regulators and say, hey, what are we doing about this or that? So money is great, but we need equity. We don't need to forget the carers, we don't need to forget the women, we don't need to forget what we bring to the table. And capital without capabilities is weak. And we see this every single day. I brought this for one example, but there are many, many, many examples. And just to finish, I want to invite everyone to keep going, to keep this conversation going, to participate in these events. I want to invite my colleagues and others that are maybe listening just in the corner, be a mentor. That counts as volunteer, that counts as your good Samaritan, good points with your God, that counts as providing some light when it's needed. Or as well, to learn some new skills to be a better leader. Like listening, like don't jump and say, no, your idea is bad, let's do this one that is maybe better. It's just this idea, and let's build it together. yes, Latin America needs innovation. Yes, Latin America needs money, and we need equity. We cannot continue to build organizations that damage, that harm. We cannot continue to build organizations that don't take into account the landscape of big cities. And just to finish and to inspire you, this is La Veranera. This is an organization that was part of, so I don't remember if this court or last court, but this is the fund that Juliana and Juan Felipe are building for us. And they're building because they believe on regenerative agriculture, because they believe that they can make money. And they are just they're younger than 30 years old, and they still believe. And so when people say to me, youngsters don't believe, I mean, they just want to look at TikTok. Just keep this picture around, because young people also want to build this. And they want 50,000 people to build this. And building this means that we in Bogota and other cities will have clean water. It means that we will help to reduce carbon emissions as a country. It means that green is the language of esperanza. And thank you very much all, and thank you very much for inviting me. And I'm very, very proud of being a mentor of Climate Tech Hub.
Thank you. Thank you, Kata, very much. And I have a couple of notes here, and something that I have loved, and actually it was not planned. During day 1 and day 2, we have 5 speakers, guest speakers. 2 of them were yesterday, Carlos Serrano and Lina Tangerife, and this morning we had Fernando Flores. And the 3 of you have mentioned, in between the lines, the message is redundant, because you're saying this morning, Fernando said, creating a future for all of us. He also spoke about relationships, that making business is making relationships. And Lina Tangerifa yesterday said, I love this concept from Lina, that is friend raising, that the process of building a business and look for collaboration, as you mentioned, is a friend raising process. And Carlos Serrano yesterday also mentioned that, you know, the growth of a business depends on the people, depends on the mindset of the leader and how the leader is capable to share that with the team. And you also mentioned about team building, right? How hard it is to build that team to be capable to scale in the way that we want to grow those business. And then you mentioned La Veranera, and you said, and you show us the picture of their farm, and said, you know, this is La Veranera from Juan and Juli that they are building for us. You know, like the message for me in between the lines of the 3 of you is like, we are working for everyone. Like, we are not just like Jose or now I forgot the names of Ramses, or a lot of people that had been sharing here the pitches during day 1 and 2. They're not just doing this because of themselves, because they find out this passion, because they found they have this special interest in do good, in actually create business to serve. They are creating the today, not tomorrow. They are already doing something today. So I found this super interesting. Like, you know, between the lines, all of you are sending this important message that all of the people, these 21 entrepreneurs that were finalists for being here in this ClimateLaunchpad Américas Regional Final, all of them are business that the world needs. But also you said something super important, that you have mentored these 3 ideas that you mentioned, but you said still just an idea. And that is a reality check. And that means that they are giving everything and actually their lives to make our future better, but it's still just an idea. And one of the things that we said here in this global contest is, let's pass through ideas to action to make those tangible things. But we know that today actually, and the juries are giving evaluation and are qualifying in this scorecard based on that day are an ideas. And as we have mentioned to the entrepreneurs, this is just a part of the road. This is just like a station, like a stop, and in a really long trip that we don't know how it's going to go through. That is going to be, I don't know, I said like maybe it's like a kind of a park with a stream roller coasters or something like that. And there's where the collaboration is so important. And you mentioned innovation, you mentioned like of the need of have the correct language, right? So here, the important also, I mentioned a lot of ideas here, but what I wanted to do here is to find where is the intersection of all these messages and how to put forward all the people that is watching us, not just the juries, not just the entrepreneurs, not just the speakers, but who else is watching. Like we are broadcasting 7 countries around America. We are from Argentina to USA, crossing Mexico, Central America, Colombia, Peru, Brazil. So, and we are in a global community. So what does this mean? How we can put some power, some engines, some, I don't know, some flashes, fly fires, I don't know, that we need to make stronger that collaboration, you know, because I think that, I don't remember exactly the number that ClimateLaunchpad have. I just lost it in my mind right now. But just this year, ClimateLaunchpad had 2,700 plus ideas that were registered, interested to be part of this contest. We didn't work with all of them. That means that at least we have 2,000 brains thinking about impact and thinking about creating a new future. And that was just this year. And ClimateLaunchpad had been in the market offering this contest for more than 10 years. So if we do some numbers, we said, okay, we have huge community. From your side, what will be like, if you could have like this magic wand or be like the leader, and or maybe not necessarily, if you said like, you know, I want us to do 1, 2, 3 and just empower and make this huge global community work on these 3 aspects that you mentioned: collaboration, innovation, capacity building, and equality and climate action. What will be those 3 things that you will say, like, you know, we are going to focus on this to take out the best of this global community to make huge impact?
Well, first of all, I love the fundraising.
Fundraising from Lina Tanjarife.
It takes a village. This is a saying that comes from Africa, I think, and it takes a village to raise a child. And it takes a village to raise a company, an organization, a startup. I'm an entrepreneur myself, and it really takes a village, and it takes a village of friends, and it takes a village of family to support you, and to support you morally, but to support you financially as well. And it takes a village to help you with what you don't know. It takes a village to be mentored. It takes a village to get to clean tech and home and say, well, I have this idea, and this is one of 2,000, so I was one of the chosen one. So 3 things. I think we need to move to action. I think we do have more conversations in this space with the people with the money. I'm not thinking about, because you have lots of money, as I was saying, about 2023 or 2024, because of resources, but let's see what are the projects that you want to see. Do you want to see what are the key variables for me to build my business in order to get the money?
Mm-hmm.
How to be bankable? That would be the first thing. We just not need ideas, and I really like that about the methodology. The methodology that we implement is not just having an idea, it's how much is worth it, how much is the cost of goods sold, you know? And that's the first thing. Okay, show me the money, but what do you want to see in my numbers? The second thing is, don't build business that just show good on the accounting system. We have already lots of those, and we have already done lots of those. And those businesses are trying to be better. Those businesses are trying to to be better at the environment, they tend to be better at sustainability. They are trying to agree with Paris Agreement, the Paris Agreement, and build better businesses. Let's build business that have equity at the center, and equity means that we all fit in the table or at the table. I was having issues with my preposition. And the third one is innovation, and innovation as solving a problem, and it doesn't matter if that solves the problem in Asia. Will they solve the problem here? Just bringing it here in Kanji is already an innovation, because we need to translate and we need to feel and see. So this would be my three things: the community, what do you want to see on my project to make it bankable. So my own business is for profit, and I know what the bank wants to see. Do we know? Mm-hmm. we are talking about impact. Mm-hmm. Do we know that the bank wants to see that? But do we really know? Do we know how to speak to financiers? Monica is adamant about teaching us all how to speak to investors, and I think we need to do a better job at helping our mentees speak to investors. And the third one, I forgot what the third one, but it was leading to innovation and how to bring new ideas. How to bring new ideas to keep these mountains green and this city more equitable. And this is not a problem for both, that is a problem everywhere.
Yeah, the density, yeah.
So this would be my three things.
Thank you, Kata. And I think that I was thinking while I was hearing you the experience with entrepreneurs during the boot camps of ClimateLaunchpad. I had the honor to train four countries. That means more than 50 people that received this training. And one of the most difficult things actually was the things that were what you thought, what you can think that are light. What does that mean? When I said, put a number on your dream. Put a number of your dream. I was like, what? How am I going to do that? And what I have been experienced for the last 15 years that I have been involved in the entrepreneurial ecosystem in the region, and the last 7 or 8 in impact, is that when we talk about impact, we connect that with scarcity. So how does all this ecosystem about impact start? With philanthropy. Well, looking for donations, right? So it's like, why are we matching to generate impact with scarcity? Why we start having just NGOs to solve social and climate problems, right? Because we thought, and a lot of people thought, that the companies were not welcome to be there, or there was not the objective or the mission of a company to fix social climate problems. However, we already know, and that for a long time around the world, is that actually companies can do that triple impact business, like, you know, like not be a business as usual, be the business that the world needs. And that means in economical impact, social impact, climate impact, equity impact. And that means that all of us need to start moving, yes, in the comfort zone, in our genius zone, but also we need to feel uncomfortable to be able to be closer to the people that we need to talk. And I think that invitation that you did, Kata, is amazing, to push ourselves to transform our language. And actually, I'm receiving that advice from you, because I am a person that is too passionate in this topic. And actually, the people is quite scared to talk about this with me because they are not part of this world. And they say, like, you know, I don't know if I can talk about this with Monica because he's going to be mad or something, because I get so excited that the people feel that I am like giving you like a theory, like you need to do this and you are doing wrong. Like, it's not the point. It's like, and my work actually in some maybe 6 or 8 months ago is how I transform my language to approach these people that are not in my world. I think, you know, like they are not all the time thinking about how I do well. They are not thinking in do bad. They are not just in this movement. And we are already more this year, just 2,000 minds around the world thinking to create impact. So, Kata, thank you very much for those 3 advices. And now with Climate Launchpad, actually, we're going to be in Austria, Vienna, the end of October, a lot of us. And I'm taking coffee from La Veranera to the team of Climate Launchpad in Europe. We are going to talk about how to empower more this community. And I will actually recall your 3 advices and check it out how we can do more and work more with entrepreneurs. On the other side, entrepreneurs, I like something that I mentioned maybe too much. I was myself an entrepreneur in 2002. That means more than 20 years ago. And there were non-ecosystem of support of startups. So if 50 years ago, 20 or 100, the people was able to create business without an ecosystem as the one that you enjoy today, you can do it today. Like you have plenty of things that you can work with, from technology, AI that we have right now, from all these programs that support your process around the whole countries of this planet. So take advantage of that and work on your mindset and work on understanding your clients and be an expert on your client and push yourself to go out your comfort zone and be able to transform your communication, to be able to have an assertive communication with others that you want to invite to join you in your mission. Do you think that can be a good closure, Kata? Some last words for this community and all these in these 7 countries that are hearing us.
Speak the language of the audience. I think that's the key communication, as you were saying. And I really like your quote about put the number to the dream. I did an entrepreneurship program, a mini MBA last year, and the first thing that really struck me is what is your revenue for 2024? And we start from there, and I start building my business on that dream and that number. So put a number on the dream, speak the language of your audience, speak the language of the financiers, speak the language of Monica, speak the language of our own passion. I mean, this is our passion. Monica and I are very passionate, and sometimes we just kind of look at each other and just stop, you know. So be passionate. It's okay, but understand that the other person may be wondering why I'm passionate.
What is happening there? What's happening?
I mean, just to finish, I'm very inspired by all of you. This semester, I work with La Veranera. I also work with other enterprises from other programs, because I feel like I'm part of the ecosystem, and this is very important. It takes a village to raise the children and to have a successful business. So to raise a child and to have a successful business. So just take care.
Kata, where the people can reach you?
They can reach me in LinkedIn. I'm Catalina Valenzuela. Look for me. And you can reach me with the Clean Tech Hub team. That is my team as well. Thank you very much.
For everyone we had a link to register to this event using this new platform, Luma, or I don't know if it is keep new, but I knew it recently. So to all that registrations that we have, we will be sending all the contact information of the speakers. And I think that also we should do it. And actually it came to my mind. We should also share the information of all the 21 startups that present here, because that's the way that all of us can start collaborating. You know, the ones that already have a product or a service, we can go outside and buy from them and share their story. And the ones that have services, or they are just in an MVP, let's help them to find the perfect person to have an interview, of the perfect networking event to make it do the first fundraising. So let's put together this collaboration in action. That will be our first step, using this database of this event around these 7 countries. So Kata, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Gracias.
So we will continue with our agenda. We need to go to the second block of presentations with entrepreneurs, and we have the jury that is going to join us to evaluate Power Cup, Eco Valeric, One Fly, and Yaku Fuel. So let's see if our juries are online. Let's check if we have, okay, we have Gideon. Hello, Gideon. Thank you for joining us. Gideon is the leader of Cleantech Hub. Also, we have Anna. Anna, I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce your last name, and I don't want to do it wrong. Anna is joining us from Brazil. That's amazing to have you here. We also have Johanna Figueroa that is joining us from Mexico, and we have Juliana Andrade that is with us representing one of the most important collaborators and supporters of Climate Launchpad globally, that is Bank of America. We are so grateful because thank you of this support of Bank of America, we are able to do all this stuff around the countries, and we will be able to take the winners to Vienna to this amazing global ecosystem event that is huge. So many people is excited. Actually, well, so the people, the startups, the entrepreneurs that already won in the national finals, they already have that ticket to go to Vienna. Some of them is the first time that they're going to travel outside their own country. So this is an amazing opportunity to open their eyes and to new experience. So Bank of America, thank you. And Juliana is representing them. So thank you very much. And we expect you to enjoy this process. So juries, all of you should have your scorecard. You have the access to the scorecard. As you see there, you have 6 criteria for evaluating that you will qualify in the scorecard. The idea is that you do this in real time, especially when we are in the Q&A for minutes space. You can like putting all your the number there, and also at the end of the Excel you will find this extra column that said like feedback or comment or notes. So anything that you will like us to share later with the entrepreneurs, please just leave it there, because we know that we have just a 4 minutes space for Q&As. So maybe there will be something that you want to share and we don't have any time. So also remember, you have the onboarding document for juries where we share with you all this structure and all the topics that the entrepreneurs are sharing in their pitch. And remember that is not this a fundraising pitch. Is what it is to showing what are the product market fit and what is the potential that they have to go further in the upcoming months and years. So welcome, and so let's start. Anna, well, please, I'm sorry, please open your mics and present yourselves. I'm sorry, I was super rude. So please open freely your microphones to present yourselves, and we will start with the first group.
Okay, should I start? Can
Thank
I?
you, Anna.
Okay, thank you. So hi guys, first of all, thank you so much for having us here. We are very happy to contribute to such important initiatives such as Climate Launchpad. So I'm very honored to be here. I am Ana. I am co-founder and CEO of Brazilian ClimateX Forum, which is a non-profit organization that represents climate techs and enables the climate tech ecosystem to thrive in Brazil through advocacy, funding, and raising awareness of those business. So for anyone who's doing business on Brazil or connected with the Brazilian ecosystem, please feel free to reach out. We love to connect with the international and global ecosystem. And again, thank you so much for having us here.
Amazing, thank you. Johanna.
Hi, thank you very much for inviting me too. I'm Peruvian. I'm working in Mexico, and also for me it's like a pleasure to be here, especially because we're going to meet incredible solutions in Latin America, and this is part of our job also in Impact Waves in Guaira Isma. So thank you for inviting me.
Thank you to be here. Juliana.
Hi, I'm Juliana. I'm from Brazil. I'm working in Bank of America as operation manager, but I'm also a volunteer in the corporate and social responsibility committee that we have here, and that's why I was invited to be part of this. So I'm very glad to be part of this. I think this is a very important subject that we should be aware and, of course, contribute as long as we can.
Thank you, Juliana, to be here. And Gideon.
Hi, good afternoon, good morning for everybody listening in. Also, thanks for all of you to be here. Awesome to be part of this panel. Very excited to know more about the startups that we're going to see. How what they're bringing to the table, and so yes, good luck to everybody that's going to do his pitch now.
That's great. Okay, we are starting with the last block of presentation of this event of 2 days, the Climate Launchpad Americas Regional Finale. So we are going with the last four from Argentina, USA, Colombia, and Peru. And we are welcoming to Ana Bianchi. Ana Bianchi, let's see if we have her on the studio.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, Ana, hello, how are you?
Very happy to be here. Thank you.
That's great. Okay, so Power Cup is from Argentina, and we are going to watch their pre-recorded pitch, and then we will go to the Q&As.
Hi, everyone. We are Power Cup, and today we want to ask you, what if a new way of advertising could change the world? More than 1 billion disposable coffee cups are thrown away every day worldwide. Only 1% is recycled. 99% end up polluting landfills and oceans. That's why we created Power Cup, the world's first edible cup and advertising platform that generates zero waste with one purpose: to make brands the drivers of the world's largest sustainable movement. Our B2B model is simple. Companies pay 40 cents per Power Cup as a replacement for disposable ones. Our beachhead market will be coffee shops. Starting with 50,000 cups per month, gaining feedback in specialty coffee shops, our plan is to grow all the way up to airlines, gas stations, and gastronomic franchises, reaching up to 1 million cups per month. Power Cup is more than a product. It is a new advertising medium, reducing publicity costs per impact up to 70% compared to traditional advertising, saving money in waste management while making their ESG budgets visible. The result? Better and sustainable reputation, stronger brand memory, and virality in social media. Our recipe was developed with the Industrial Institute of National Technology, made with local ingredients and nutritional labels approved by ANMAT. It's a high nutritional vegan snack. It doesn't change the taste of your drink and can hold liquids up to 24 hours without leaking. Every Power Cup tells a story. Below each brand, a QR code takes you to a live interactive map showing the waste we've kept out of nature and the schools and community kitchens we support through donations. When we started, we assumed coffee shops wanted visibility and differentiation. After speaking with them, included Havana's head of development, we learned they are seeking for a more viral and engaging platform than paying for online advertising, enhancing their brand experience. On the other hand, we had the opportunity to talk to McDonald's Vice President of Sustainability in Latin America, Gabriel Selber. He said they invest a lot in marketing and are now looking to give their ESG solutions more visibility. He even suggested combining marketing and ESG budgets for our product. By our third year, we will produce 24 million cups annually, reaching 30 major clients, generating $3.4 million in profit. Disposable cups are made of both plastic and cardboard, making them almost impossible to recycle. Power Cup is 0% solid waste. It saves 60% water, 50% energy, provides premium biomass, and reduces CO2 emissions by 75%. Please meet our team. Ana Bianchi, CEO and co-founder, executive producer on publicity. Myself, Felix Santamaria, COO and co-founder. I am a baker and an actor. Ricardo Torres, our sales manager and investor, one of Pampa Energia's founders. Alfredo Arcelli, advisor and investor, founder of Educaria, an edtech company based in Europe and Latin America. By 2030, we want to be a B-certified company focused on productivity, replacing 50 million disposable cups per year. We aim to reach a turnover of $7 million annually, creating jobs in agricultural production and donating to schools and community kitchens in need. We will partner with brands that share our dream of turning obsolete advertisings into daily moments of impact, shaping habits, creating experiences, and building real value. This is the future of advertising. Change is in our hands. Thank you very much.
Our CUP team, amazing, well done, a great pitch, great product, congratulations. So now let's start the 4 minutes Q&A with the jurors. Who one starts with any questions or comments? Johanna.
If you don't mind, I'm gonna start. Yeah, guys, thank you for the speech. I think that something important is, I don't know if I hear well about maybe the benchmark that you make related with the product in the currently market, because we know that it's that product is like similar, or maybe it can be seen like similar to other products that are made in other countries like Colombia, for example. So what do you think are your key difference between the process maybe that you use in the production of the cups?
Which would it be the product you're talking about to have a comparison?
No, when you make the benchmark, you find maybe other startups or maybe other companies that are doing the same than you, and what are the difference that you can find, that you find in that benchmark?
Well, first, thank you for your question. Hi, everyone. Well, actually, we consider that our recipe is very good because we developed it with our National Institute of Technology here, and it can hold liquids up to 24 hours. That now that we have been looking at other competitors, actually they like 5 hours later they start leaking. And our recipe is also vegan and can be like including everyone. And actually the process also is like in a more industrial way, so that it's not like a cookie, like a snack, but actually like a real cup, solid, and yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi guys, first of all, congratulations on your product and your business. I wanted to understand a little bit more on the economics. I understand that you position your product as an advertisement and you said about marketing and ESG budget, but I want to understand better in comparison with the regular cup market that you want to address. Is your product more expensive, and like how do you see this as a barrier to reach out to your customers?
I go. Okay. Hi Anna. Thank you for your question. We will start with our budget market that will be coffee shops, and in this state, our cups are the same cost as a branded cup that usually the coffee shops want to have with their brand. And our idea is while we start growing, our production will cost less with the scalability. Yeah. For bigger brands, you know.
Thank you. Another question?
Hi, thank you. Very, very good presentation. I want to understand what are the barriers that you are facing or foreseeing for this venture, and how can you pass through it?
Okay, thank you for your question. We will want to start testing our cups in our beachhead market, so as to have feedback of our clients and learn what are the facts that we will have to achieve to make it the best product that we are looking for. But yeah, we are receiving our cups in 10 days. So hopefully we will share with you in Vienna. And yeah, that's our idea to know what our barriers are while we test it on our coffee shops.
Amazing, thank you.
Not sure if there's still time for another question. Well, I can shoot quickly. So, okay, guys, yeah. What about scaling? Because there was a question for me. I mean, you're based out of Argentina, right?
Yeah.
So, have you thought about beyond your beachhead market, if you think it is feasible to produce and do the entire logistics in and from Argentina?
Well, that's where we would need the help and the investment of bigger fishes, to say it in some way. So the idea we have now is to get a small machine that can produce the cups. We want to produce them by ourselves to make this feedback and see how the cups flow in the market and how the people receive them. We hope to maybe in that instance get the attention of these investors and hopefully work with them and make like a big jump into production and scaling into a much bigger production. But we aim to our go-to and ideal market is like we said in the pitch, airlines, gas stations, the places where most of these cups are consumed in big quantities, more starting with coffee shops, but aiming to get to those type of clients.
But yeah, answering to your question, with a bigger machine that we will achieve if we got the proper investors, we will stock all the clients that we want to.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Power Cup team, thank you.
Thank you.
So you just closed the group of Argentina. So you already saw the 3 teams of Argentina. So now you just have to wait a couple of minutes more, maybe an hour to know what happened today in this final. So thank you, juries, for your question. And now we are going to give the welcome to Roberta Leao from United States. And your business idea that participate in this contest is Ecovaleric. So Roberta, hi, welcome.
Hello everyone.
Thank you. So we are going to broadcast your pitch, your pre-recorded pitch, and we will then have the 4 minutes of Q&A.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Roberta Leo, co-founder and CEO of Ecovaleric. We make compostable, high-performance bioplastic using fast, low-cost electrochemistry. Our product is ET4HV, a compostable, high-performance bioplastic. We sell it to packaging makers and consumer brands. $3 per kilo, it's cost competitive with existing bioplastics and affordable enough for brands to switch without subsidies. The world makes 400 million tons of plastics every year. Almost half is packaging and single-use products. That's our focus and our TAM. Bioplastics are still small but growing relatively quickly. We start with a 150 million US market in packaging and molded goods where brands need better materials and rules are tightening. Even a small share of this packaging market translates into billions in opportunity. EP4HV is cost competitive with PLA and cheaper than PHA, today's leading bioplastics. It's stronger, more heat resistant, and fully compostable. It breaks down without leaving microplastics. It's safe for the environment and the human body. This means brands get cost, performance, and sustainability in one material. And it also lets them meet rising regulatory demands and consumer expectations at once. We make EP4HV by turning plant waste into plastic with electricity. This process is fast, highly efficient, and can be powered by renewables. Unlike fermentation or energy-intensive catalytic processes, our process is simpler to scale and cheaper to run. It can make materials suitable for many uses: molded goods, films, filaments, and fabrics. This makes us a platform for better materials, not just one product. We spoke with over 50 companies. They want sustainable materials, but adoption still comes down to performance, cost, and scale. Our process delivers on all three. We have identified early collaborators for detergent pods, dryer sheets, food packaging, soil testing strips, wood composites, and agriculture films. In year 3, we project 10 million profit with our first plant. We keep costs low with renewable energy, vertical integration, and scaling. We grow sales because our material performs across many applications and can be tailored to demanding ones. EP4HV cuts emissions and water use by over 90%. It runs on electricity, not fossil fuels. Using renewables enables ultra-low emissions. It uses waste biomass, not food crops, and it saves water in a closed-loop system. This climate edge positions EP4HV to benefit directly from carbon and packaging regulations. Our team combines market insight with technical invention, giving us both the science and the channels to scale. I have spent 10 years in packaging and consumer goods, along with biomass and bioenergy projects. Adam and Will, my co-founders, co-invented the electrochemical conversion process and are experts in chemistry and electrochemistry. Together, we prove out the economics of electrochemistry for bioplastics and expand our platform into new materials and chemicals. We are building the next generation of materials the market's been waiting for, and we hope you will join us in our journey. Thank you.
Roberta, thank you very much. Super interesting, amazing pitch. So let's open the 4 minutes of Q&As.
Hi, Roberta. Congratulations on your business and your pitch. I wanted to understand your business is an industrial business, so you need a industrial plant. I wanted to understand what are the main bottlenecks for you to get there and have your business running and have the production size that you told us about in the pitch. So what are the main bottlenecks and barriers that you have to start producing your product? You're unmuted.
Yes, here. Okay. The two primary focuses that we have on the material, the bioplastic, is engagement with potential customers, and we're doing that now. So we have several lined up customers to test different applications that we can enter the market with. Obviously, we're just producing the plastic, and we're testing packaging for food, pods, etc., and looking for specific applications that meet their very particular demands about strength and heat capacity and melting points, etc., thermal formability, and etc. So that's on the material side. On the scaling side, the electrochemistry, the process side, we are looking to scale up our electrochemical process. We are, in the grams space there, and we're looking for institutional partners, whether it to be for materials or for the chemicals like solvents, other chemicals. So as long as it helps us scale our platform. So I've started reaching out to several potential institutional partners that maybe make some of the chemicals like levulinic acid and others to partner and implement the electrochemical process in their facilities to start scaling up to kilograms and tons.
Thank you. Next question. Any of you?
Sorry. Yeah, okay. Yeah, thanks, Roberta. Question on the business model, how you envisage that. You're gonna push for, let's say, an end product, or it's gonna be, let's say, a different model where you can license it, where others can then implement it within their factory and in their process lines or product lines.
The ideal end game is the licensing, Gideon, because while we're focused as our initial sort of product, the bioplastic, the platform itself is a platform chemical that can be derived into many different applications. So ultimately, upon scaling our process, we intend to license it. But the question is, how far do we go implementing our own manufacturing to prove out the economics? And so we have to go through where we are now to pilot and to potentially a first, large industrial operation to prove out the industrial economics. And then I think we will then at that point start licensing it both for bioplastics and for other chemical production.
Yeah, thanks.
Amazing. Johanna.
Yeah, in my case, thank you very much, Roberta, for the pitch. What do you think that how we are going to manage the environmental risk related aspects related with the process, how you made the bioplastic, and also how long time it should take for your product to degrade?
So first, the material is not toxic either for the environment or even the human body. Some of the best applications we see for this bioplastic, for example, is medical applications. It's biocompatible for the human body. That means it could be made into things like bone scaffolding or capsules for drugs or other medical devices that do slow release inside the body. And it's also biobenign for the environment. When it breaks down naturally, it's naturally compostable. It breaks down back to its organic matter, and so it can be composted directly in soil. That's why applications like agriculture film and agriculture fertilizer coatings, etc., are really great applications for it as well. In terms of, I think the second question was, I'm not sure I followed the second question. Maybe I forgot a little bit. Could you restate the second question, please?
No, you resolve it actually, because you talk about the period of time that it will take to degrade the product, and also about the environmental risks, and related just to the social impact. What you could talk about that?
Sure, but let me just tie off the degradation. It's actually tunable. We can make something like a detergent pod that dissolves immediately in water, and we can make a film or a harder plastic material that takes months to degrade. That's all in the formulation or how we tune the material. So it has a really broad range where we can define biodegradability in a timeline. And that's just from material weight formulation. That's just using our molecule. So I just wanted to say that, for example, if you wanted bone scaffolding inside the body to last months so bones can regrow, we can do that as well. It's just the molecular weight at that point. In terms of the social impact, obviously, this is a process that uses plant waste. And so collecting and working not just with agriculture potential waste, but it can be industrial waste, and it can be, the sort of industrial agriculture and any kind of cellulosic waste, forestry waste. So I think there's an important economic reusability factor here for cleaning up and for reusing and distribute operations. We see opportunities even for containerizing the electrochemical process because it uses renewable energy, so we can distribute the operations very wide to sort of best leverage materials where they are and help communities work with their waste.
Thank you very much. I think that we use already the time for the Q&A. Roberta, amazing project, amazing product that you are proposing here. We wish you the best of luck, and you just will need to wait just like an hour maybe or 40 minutes to know the news. And thank you. We already saw between today and yesterday the teams of representing the USA. So thank you very much for being here.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we are going to welcome to Juan Sebastián Garrido. Yes, he's here. So we are going to give him, hello, Juan Sebastián Garrido. He is representing his startup, One Fly from Colombia. We are super happy to have you here.
Thank you, Monica.
Okay, so now we are going to broadcast your pre-recorded pitch, and then you will have your 4 minutes for receive the Q&A, to do the Q&A with the juries. Good luck.
Can you imagine facing a global problem by yourself? Now imagine having an army of soldiers willing to help you. The story changes, right? Every second, 4 tons of organic waste is generated in Latin America. In Colombia, 10 million per year, enough to feed a city like Bogota in the same time. But 60% ends up in landfills, causing major environmental damages. It all starts with one fly at a time. With our army of soldiers, we close the loop. We call our process waste to value. Our soldiers do their magic and win the battle against waste, charging $70 per ton treated. But the victory is double because we upcycle them into 2 byproducts of high value for the agro as a result. We see a global opportunity where we can reach North America and Latin America from Colombia. But we started one fly at a time from Barranquilla with our centralized R&D reproduction pilot plant. There's a need for our biotech to treat waste sustainably in many industries, like in coffee, avocado, palm, plantain, and banana, fruit pulpers, breweries, marketplaces, and Oreca, who generate large volumes and are under the new decree Zero Waste, which aims for circular economies in industries and progressive closures of landfills. Our end-to-end on-site waste as a service industrializes and enhances nature's powerhouse. OneFly's biotechnology, based on the black soldier fly, decarbonizes industries to feed the future without generating waste and in record time, with complete traceability for ESG compliance, generating additional income. Imagine saving transportation costs. With our B2B service, we make that happen. In joint ventures or SPV business models, our one BioBox is deployed at our clients' waste streams. Each decentralized unit has the capacity to upcycle 30 tons per month. They are fully automated with 4.0 technology, making them less labor-intensive, scalable, and replicable to be deployed around the world. Additional income is made through our B2B, B2B2C, and B2C channels, selling protein for animals and organic fertilizer, both result of our service under a registered brand Atómico by OneFly, generating better performance for those who use them, meaning a better quality of life to feed the future. We went to the streets, and more than 20 C-levels from 6 industries in 3 regions of Colombia opened their doors to us. Our biotech caught their eye, where we analyzed 11 organic waste streams, ready to scale paid pilots with them. From this exercise, we confirmed and validated important points, like the need to meet ESG goals, that they do pay for their waste management, and that they prefer to outsource the service. Even though they have clean and consistent waste all year round, they face delays in the service, and that we can secure a buyback offtake since they are interested in our byproducts for their own operations. By 2030, we plan to secure 100 clients, each with their own decentralized unit. With a joint income of $500 per ton treated, a 30% margin, and a 43% markup, we can reach an annual profit of $5.4 million. Our operation will have an MRV ready for Scope 3, reducing more than 3.2 million tons of CO2 equivalent, adding value to our clients. Our 3 operative drivers are a minimum of 30 tons of organic waste per client, an on-site space, and the selling of byproducts. We have to validate everything. Each waste is different, meaning each client may have different performances. Having identified 2,000 companies in Colombia who meet our exact requirements, we will take a 5% market share in 5 years as a solid base to scale operations with them. To sum it up, less risk per waste, new circular income, and verified ESG metrics. And yes, we work with insects, our little soldiers, but with big impact. We have already been validated by ClimateKick, where we mitigate 3 tons of CO2 equivalent for every ton treated. That means we emit 96% less greenhouse gases than a landfill, being 10 times faster than traditional composting. In our operation, we are also more resource efficient. Just to give you an idea, in 150 square meters, we can produce the same amount of protein as 150 hectares of soy. My name is Juan Sebastian Garrido, civil and environmental engineer and leader of this army. I'm a 4th generation agro and a passionate for sustainability, nature, and animals. With me is a group of mentors and advisors with great experience in the industry. We all share the same dream, to connect and impact with nature and to become the landfill of the future. Our objective is clear, to generate more than 1,000 green jobs and upcycle more than 1 million tons by 2050. Did you know that during these 5 minutes, more than 1,000 tons of waste were generated in Latin America? Remember, it all starts with one flight at a time. Join our army and feed the future.
Thank you, Juan Sebastian. Great pitch. So now we open the 4 minutes of Q&A. So the juries, you can freely open your microphone with the questions. Someone? No questions. Super clear.
No, hi,
Juliana.
Juan. I'm sorry, did I jump ahead of?
Okay, Anna, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. So Juan, congratulations on your pitch and your business. I want to understand better your position on doing a decentralized business rather than have a centralized waste management plant in which you produce everything. So if you could go deeper on this. Also, I would like to better understand your capacity of generating social impact from your business.
Anna, thank you so much for the question. I think both of your questions go together, because the thing of having a big centralized plant means more capex, more time, construction time, negotiation time, and logistics. So if we can deploy these decentralized low capex units around rural areas, we can produce more in less time, bringing more green jobs to the community. So both of your questions actually align, and I'm going more towards a decentralized unit. I'm the first one to do it here in Latin America. We do have a centralized plant. We have to have a reproduction hub per se. So that's where we build our genetics, and then we ship our genetics to these decentralized plants. That's why we do it completely automated with 4.0 technology, reducing the labor cost. With 2 people, we can go to 5 units per month, 1 each week. So we do have to bring our byproducts back to our centralized plant where we can process them and package them. But the thing is that with these decentralized units, we can reach and do more impact in different regions. Also, if I can add something there, we're planning on doing a One Academy where we can train our operators or train the rural communities to be able to operate them for us also. So basically, it's like both ways.
Thank you, Juan Sebastian. Juliana?
Yes, I want to understand what is your current stage of development, and which barriers can you see in developing the next step, especially on the deployment of the solution?
Juliana, thank you for your question again. Right now we are TRL 7. We already have a pilot plant, a centralized pilot plant, where we build our MVP, our decentralized unit in-house, to be able to control it more and not have this break with the logistics and everything. We're doing everything in-house right now, but we're ready to deploy our first decentralized unit as we are in advanced negotiations with the #1 mango exporter here in Barranquilla. They have 65,000 tons of waste per year. So one unit is not going to work for them, but they're willing to do this paid pilot with us, so we can even go a little bit further and integrate to their process. They're planning on moving in 2 years, so that gives us a lot of time for validation with them, specifically to integrate with them and do our first joint venture with our first big mega factory. So we're ready to deploy it. We already have the designs. We have everything validated. We have it built. We're just waiting for the right time with the analysis of different waste streams to be able to deploy the first one.
Thank you, Juliana, for your question. Thank you, Juan Sebastian. Another question, Johanna?
Yeah, thank you, Juan Sebastian, for the pitch too. Excellent initiative, but I have some questions related with the risk in the infrastructure you're going to build. What kind of controls you will consider in this aspect?
Given that each region has different environmental conditions, Joanna, I think your question adds a lot of value, because, like I said in the pitch, every client has different waste streams. Every client is in a different region, so it depends on what the temperature, the humidity, and the waste stream that you have. So you do have to have like a mass balance. You have to analyze their waste, maybe add something else. It's still a diet for these animals, so you do have to have like a certain amount of protein, a certain amount of carbs, certain amounts of sugars. But still, the larva eats everything. It just depends on the performance of the larva. It can take 5 more days. It can be less days. Depends on how much you put per tray in our vertical farms. So in these controlled spaces, we're going to control the temperature, humidity, and especially the airflow. So here in Colombia, we have a competitive advantage because we're actually in the region where the fly is naturally from. So we can use that advantage for us, where we can use less energy because we don't have the crazy temperatures that are in Europe with minus 30 degrees and all that, where you have to heat it up a lot. Even though the larvae in their space, they eat a lot, so they generate a lot of energy and heat. So we can use that at our advantage. So it's mostly the airflow that we have to control.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kilian.
Yeah, quick question, Juan Sebastian. On the data that you're collecting on this, right? Because if you focus on those big clients you were talking about, this mango producer out of Barranquilla, how can you deliver on those requirements with regards to the data that you're collecting, improving their value chains, reducing, let's say, the CO2 emissions?
Gideon, thank you so much, and it's great to see your face again. I know we go way back, but yes, very, very important. Specifically talking about the mangoes, the mango company. Right now, they have a huge farm where they're doing composting, like on the air. They have big pits. They have to wait 18 months to be able to process their waste, to do their circular economy, and reuse their fertilizer for their own crops. We take that 18 months and we turn it into 14 days. So first, efficiency. Second, all the methane that isn't generated because it's open sky. And also, well, they're gonna have the buyback with our fertilizer, and that's where the joint venture would go. And well, we with our allies or clients, the idea is to do certificates every month, or at least every bi-month, 3 months, where we can give them all these ESG compliance metrics that they can use in their advantage and in their need of showing them to their clients in the States that many clients are asking their providers to use circular economies in their process and all that. So they're going to have a competitive advantage as well.
Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Juan Sebastian. Thank you for the jury. So we are getting closer to the end of this event. So we are going to welcome Stacy Pineda from Peru, Yacufil. This is our last pitch of this 2 days event of ClimateLaunchpad Americas Region Final that had been amazing. Stacy is the number 20, the magical number here, Stacy. The pitch number 20 of 7 countries, the finalists of
Hi
7
everyone,
countries
thank
around
you.
Americas. So we are super grateful and excited to get here. Welcome, Stacy.
Hi everyone, thank you very much. I am here ready, very ready.
So now we are going to broadcast your pre-recorded pitch, and then we will go to the last 4 minutes of Q&A. So let's go.
Hello, I am Stacy, CEO of Yacufil. I want to start with a question. How many of you live in an apartment? Now imagine that all the water you use every day are discharged without any treatment into the environment. In Latin America, it's similar. More of the 60% of wastewater are discharged without any treatment to the environment. The reason we want to present the Yacufil Modular. It's a vertical garden system that purifies wastewater without chemicals. To install directly on building walls at a cost less $3,000. Which head market are the real estate developers. Just in Peru, by 2030, with the program Vivienda Verde project, over 300,000 certified sustainable homes. This is just the beginning, because in Latin America, the green building trend opens a market of over 1 million of projects by 2030. Real estate, treating the gray water of the emissions huge costs more than $30,000 just to install, plus 1,000 every year using energy and chemicals. However, the Yacufil will solve this problem using a patent system to treat the wastewater, using minimal energy and any chemicals. As you can see in this graphic, the Yacufil uses less energy than other technologies. Also, our system helps developers to promote their green certification like Earth by excelling in efficiency, innovation, and well-being. Then socially, the Yacufil promotes inclusive jobs for vulnerable women who can maintain the system with basic gardening skills. This is how the Yacufil works. Begin by capturing gray water from shower, laundry, sinks. This water passes through a pre-treatment unit that removes nail solids like hair, greases. Once clean, of course, waste. The wastewater enters the top, flows down naturally through our patent system with plants, and gets oxygenated without electric blowers, simulating water force. At the end, we obtain treated water ready for reuse that comply with environmental regulation, as you can see at the picture. At first, we saw customers only wanted a cheaper treatment system, but after interviewing 20 or more real estate developers, we learned that what they truly need for them. First, to comply with an improved green building certification, reduce maintenance costs, and mainly increase the commercial value for their projects. And Yacufil delivers exactly these benefits for them. By 2030, Yacufil will generate over $1 million in cumulative revenues with just 30% market penetration. Our impact in Yacufil. Each Yacufil system saves 500 liters of potable water for every 1,000 liters treated. By 2030, our project sales will prevent more than 2,000 million of untreated water discharges, while reducing building carbon footprint compared to conventional systems. So, less polluted water, less carbon footprint, and greener cities. And our Jaco team is international because we need to maintain with the research and the innovation. From Argentina, Colombia, and Peru, our dream is clear: to green cities without using clean water. Jacofil will become a benchmark in Latam, creating more of 500 green jobs for vulnerable women who will manage and maintain these vertical gardens, giving them dignified employment and economic independence. At the same time, we will transform thousands of square meters of concrete into living, sustainable space. So, today I invite you, join us. With Jacofil, we are not just treating the water, we are creating the future.
Congratulations, Stacy. Great done. So now the final Q&A. I am now a little bit distracted because I'm getting nervous. Like just after this Q&A, I will go backstage and review the scorecard. So I am quite nervous. I don't know how the people are watching this broadcasting through YouTube. I don't know. If I'm nervous, I don't know how they are. Okay, so let's start with the questions. Dear jury, who wants to start, please?
Well, thank you for your presentation. I just want to understand how scalable is your solution? How easy it is to be deployed? How much time do you need under the construction phase to build this and deliver it to the during the construction phase?
Thank you very much for your question. We want to get partner with other company, international company, mainly for large scales projects. For example, in Peru, we have asked for different projects, large scales, and we need to get partnership with other company, great company, international company, and I think with in partnership we will be able faster work great big projects in this topic, treating wastewater.
Thank you, Stacy.
Thank you.
Question. Okay.
Thank you, Stacy, for the live action movie that we saw in the pitch. It was amazing to see how it works in almost a real house. I want to ask you, what is the parameter that do you think that it's the more maybe tough related that give you more problems for the treatment you make with the plants and all the system?
Well, I think sometimes one building or there are buildings and that they couldn't to treat just gray water. They need to treat all water, so gray water and black water, and that includes, for example, toilets. For that reason, we have a strategy for treat all water. Includes for our system previously other existing system like a anaerobic system for help with Jacofil to treat the wastewater integrity and complying the environmental regulation. I think this is ask the question and the question for every yes. This is about your question.
Thank you, Stacy. There's another question. Yeah, Anna.
Hi, Stacy. Congratulations on your pitch and your business. I want to better understand your go-to-market approach or your product market fit. So, if I understood correctly, you are targeting um, building developers who are obligated to treat their water. So, if that's correct, I want to understand like what companies, what are your competitors, and if your pricing target is cheaper or more expensive than your traditional competitors, and also if in cases of clients who are not who don't have to be compliant with mandatory water treatment, how do you want to approach them?
Thank you very much. First, in Peru, it's not a mandatory always the treat the wastewater in building, but in other companies, yes, of course. For that reason, we integrate Jacufil with other exist technology for treat all the water. But in developers real estate, they don't have that requirement, but they need to get better strategy value like commercial, and so we help them to develop the strategy, increments the scale, the green certification. For that reason, because in green certification you need to install the wastewater plant, and nowadays wastewater plants are very expensive, more than $30,000, and our system every modules is cheaper, is less to $3,000. For that reason, we have this we make this project from the research, but yes, it's okay. It's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. There's the time that we had for this Q&A. Thank you so much, Stacy. Congratulations. It was amazing pitch. Thank you for participating, for your discipline, for being part of this. So good luck.
Thank you. Thank you very much for all.
Bye-bye. And for the juries, thank you so much for being here, for being part of this process of qualification that sometimes is not so easy, especially with so many startups, and that you of course get connected and you see the opportunities and the problems that every of these persons have like figured out and seen in their country. So thank you so much for being here. And I wanted to invite you, of course, to review the scorecard, finished the evaluation process. But if you want to say something for the community, for the audience that we are connected with through this broadcasting, please open your microphones, and anything you want to say, please is the moment to do it. And we'll be happy to hear your last words. And thank you so much.
Hi, everyone who's watching. I just want to emphasize how inspirational it is to be able to see all those business models and entrepreneurs who are fighting climate change through innovation. So just want to say thank you again for having us here, and congratulations to all entrepreneurs who participated in this. It's such an inspiration to see your work. I think you're all winners for doing this. So yeah, thank you so much.
Anna, thank you so much, and we expect to keep in touch with you. And the next year, you will also involve and be part of this friend-raising community. That's this new concept that we're talking with Lina Tangarife since yesterday. So thank you very much. Someone else? And that's true. The comment that Flora just leave us had said, like, incredible projects. Congrats to all. The jury will have a difficult job. Yes, totally.
Yeah. I just want to add some final words. Like, also, it was an incredible opportunity to see what is the development of the innovation with the sustainability in our country, especially in the region. Like my partner said before, is like inspirational for, especially for the students that are just going out to the market to try to find a first job, and seeing the innovation and entrepreneurship, like that world that they can discover, right, with the research and with the technical investigation that they can make science university. So I just want to invite to more students to be part of this program for the next editions, and also to keep in touch about these initiatives, because all of them were very, 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 very interesting to hear. Thank you.
Johanna, thank you so much to have the time to join us and be part of this. Thank you for your questions and your comments. So please just wrap up that scorecard, and thank you so much. You also please keep following this broadcasting through our channel of YouTube to know who will be the winners. Thank you. And Juliana.
Yeah, I want to thank you for the opportunity to hear about all these great ideas, and to know it's comfortable to know that you have like so many good people looking for solutions to reduce, I think, the damage that you have made to our planet. So I also want to echo Johanna and ask like for more students to look for opportunities and challenges to improve what you have. I think we have a lot of good ideas in there, but we can have a lot of more, since we have a lot of new technologies and change. So I think this is a great place, a great space to learn and to build like this capability. So thank you for the opportunity, Monica.
Juliana, thank you for being here and to have this experience, at least with the last block of participants. That was super important to us, in a way that you feel what we have been working thanks to you. Thanks for Bank of America. And in the name, on behalf of ClimateLaunchpad globally, we really thank your support, because if without you, we haven't been able to be here and to be able to work with 116 groups of people that went through all this process. So thank you so much, Juliana.
Thank you. It was a pleasure.
Okay, so I am so excited. We are going to give the welcome. We are going to have here in the virtual broadcasting. Now I'm a little bit excited and I need to stand up. We are going to have to Mauricio Cárdenas and Lina Bautista from Cámara Verde, and they are going to share with us those amazing highlights of all this special event, this special forum that they had and they lead during the last week about biodiversity and circular economy. And meanwhile, while you listen all these highlights, I will be behind the scenes, backstage, like reviewing the scorecards, and then we will come here to the big news. So Mauricio and Lina, welcome to be here, and we are ready to know everything about the results of this forum, and of course, what are the next steps for go and maybe follow those advice of Catalina Valenzuela that we had it here like an hour ago. She was leaving us this message of collaboration, of innovation, on how to improve in our communication, our assertive communication, to go further, to make a better connection with the people that is not on our field, that maybe those CFOs and other people that have in their mind another kind of language, but want to get involved with us, and they are willing to go in the middle between us and them to have these conversations and improve process of collaboration, and to make amazing things in the region, supporting this process of biodiversity and economy and circular economy. So welcome.
Thank you, Monica. It's always a pleasure to be with you guys and the competitors. I'm gonna defer to Lina, her words about the conclusions of our 7th International Biodiversity and Circular Economy Forum, which we are completing with this Climate Launchpad competition, the Américas Regional Final. We were in 4 countries, Colombia, Chile, Peru, and Mexico, with about 60 success stories from individuals, foundations, research centers, startups, business corporations, and government agencies on these 2 fronts, biodiversity and circular economy. So here are the highlights of what we concluded after interacting not just with these speakers and panelists, but also with approximately 6,000 attendees, both face-to-face and virtually. Lina, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mauricio. First of all, it's a true honor to be here at the ClimateLaunchpad, and I want to sincerely thank the organizer for the invitation and this opportunity to share with you the main insights from the 7th International Forum on Biodiversity and Circular Economy. We explore 4 main themes: natural capital and green finance. Finance must be ethical, transparent, and inclusive, ensuring access for local communities and avoiding greenwashing. Circular economy and tourism, regenerative tourism and circular models rooted in territories can generate real value while preserving ecosystems. Bioeconomy and responsible businesses. Latin America is already leading with initiatives in sustainable fashion, biodynamic agriculture, and regenerative tourism. And fourth, public policies and governance. Local governments are providing to be catalysts for change through green business certification, protected area systems, and community agreements for water and ecosystem conservation. For these discussions, a clear message emerged. First of all, regeneration is the new horizon. Second, Latin America has a crucial role in providing solutions rooted in its territories for global balance. Third, communities must be at the center, co-creating and self-managing solutions that originate from the grassroots. Fourth, art and culture inspire action, mobilizing society through stories and images that connect us with biodiversity. The forum demonstrates that Latin America is not only the region of greatest biodiversity, but also a region of solutions. The conversation is no longer just about conservation. It is about how we transform our economies, our communities, and our way of inhabiting the planet. Thank you, Mauricio. These are the insights that we could take from this forum in general. I just wanted to share it with you, and I hope it's a message from this great panel, a great forum that we had in Cali, and in Mexico, in Chile, and in Peru, of course. Thank you.
Thank you, Lina. A lot of the startups that presented in the last 2 days are about circular economy, are about contributing to reduce contamination and better use natural resources. So Lina, myself, and the executive team at the LATAM Green Chamber of Commerce have a direct message to you, which I'm gonna read. I want to emphasize that it's both your duty and privilege to build businesses that prioritize sustainability and regeneration. Drawing from the 7th Annual Biodiversity and Circular Economy Forum that Lina just summarized, that we hosted at the Latin America Green Chamber of Commerce, the key message is this: as climate tech entrepreneurs, you have the power to drive positive change across the Americas by creating innovative solutions that protect biodiversity and embrace circular economy principles. You should not forget that, for instance, the Ellen MacArthur Foundation out of Britain identified 2 ways to solve the climate change crisis. One way is by implementing energy efficiency measures and adopting renewable energy technologies, which a lot of you are. And the other way is by adopting principles of circular economy. These two approaches combined will certainly make a dent into the worries that have been caused by climate change and one of their impacts, which is the loss of biodiversity. So, designing businesses that reduce waste, use resources sustainably, and restore ecosystems, while also meeting people's needs and sharing nature's benefits equitably. A lot of you presented startups that directly want to provoke a positive impact on segments of society that have been historically discriminated against. And I applaud you for that, because when you talk about sustainability, you cannot remain solely on the environmental side. It is quite important to bring also into the equation the social impact and, of course, the governance, which includes the inclusion, sorry for the pleonasm, of social groups that up to now have been on the margins of the economy. So you're not just building startups, you're shaping a future where economic growth and environmental health go hand in hand. And I would add social justice. Keep pushing for impact-driven innovation and know that your work can inspire and lead the way for a more sustainable and regenerative planet and society. Best of luck in your future endeavors. While the jurors do their work, I want to add that Cleantech Hub and the Latin America and US Green Chambers of Commerce can provide ongoing mentorship, connect founders to investors, and offer resources like workshops and training programs on sustainable business practices to help you scale your impact. The Climate Launchpad competition, organized by Cleantech Hub, and I have to say again that from the get-go in 2018, the Cámara Verde, the Latin America Green Chamber of Commerce, has been a close ally of the Cleantech Hub. So the Climate Launchpad competition supports startups through intensive boot camps, coaching, and pitching opportunities, just as today's, at national, regional, and global finals, equipping founders with skills to refine their green innovations. Together, our impact organizations, I repeat, Cleantech Hub, the Latin America, and the US Green Chambers, can foster networks, provide access to funding, and promote circular economy principles to ensure startups grow their green footprint effectively in the Americas economy. So with these words, I conclude our intervention. Lina, I don't know if you want to add a few words about the experience we just had by hosting 4 days of the International Forum of Biodiversity and Circular Economy that are memorable. I remember that one of the key stakeholders that we invited were the indigenous communities. I wonder if you have a comment on that, particularly as it goes to the people from these communities that presented both in Colombia and Peru.
Yes, Mauricio, I think that, as I just said, that and it emerged from the last forum in Cali, it's very important to listen to the local communities, because there are the places where we can find the solutions, the practical solutions, to be more closer to nature. That I think we are missing that point in all these conversations, that we need to get closer to nature, to learn from nature, not only from science, but from all this ancestral knowledge that are rooted in the local communities around, obviously, Latin America. We all in Colombia, we have more than 70 still alive indigenous communities, indigenous people. So those knowledge needs to be on the table to get a new way to develop regeneration in our economies to make this transition. So I think the role is crucial, and it emerged also in the past COP16. And it's very important that this forum took place in Cali, in a university, San Buenaventura University, because it's like the continuous of this conversation, and we need again to discuss it in these spaces and to have it into account and go and meet the indigenous peoples or original people that could give you some new ideas of having this ancestral knowledge in our new economies, in our innovations with technology. We need to be very closer to this type of knowledge or yes, to these people.
Yep, absolutely, their practices. I also remember that in Chile, we had our keynote speaker, Tamara Lopez Burgos, who is also the academic director of the uh, Green Chamber Academy, presenting about biomimesis. Since you and Tamara have been collaborating substantially in the last year and a half in our regeneration committee, I wonder if you have additional comments about how we can learn from nature through biomimesis.
Well, yes, we need to get closer to nature, to be there outside, and listen in with all of our senses to learn from nature. All the problems have been solved from many years ago, so we are challenging the same problems as always, as from the origin of the earth. So everything is already solved. So we need to get closer to nature, learn from them, feel it in all your senses, and listen from another type of culture or approximation to nature. As I already says, the indigenous people have different cosmovision of our conception of life. So we need to get closer to all of this ancestral knowledge to feel it. And biomimesis is another type of a tool to listen to nature, to observe, to experiment, to feel it, to listen to nature, and to learn from it.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember one comment that Tamara made at her keynote speech in Chile, which struck me. She mentioned, if we don't uh, implement technologies that promote the conservation of nature, we will miss out on opportunities to learn from nature. I don't remember if you also uh, listen to Tamara as she was speaking like that. What I feel from the presentations, the pitches that have been uh, done in the past 2 days from the founders of the startups that are competing in ClimateLaunchpad is that even if they hadn't listened to this warning, they are very conscious that the more nature we destroy, the fewer opportunities we will have to actually learn from the nature ways that can inspire technology design, product design, and even business models. Uh, do you have any other memories about what went on in the 4 days last week, which conclude today with the 2-day competition?
Thank you, Mauro. Yes, I think we are witnessing the sixth mass extinction, and biodiversity is disappearing before our very eyes. So, this is not only an environmental crisis, it is a social, economic, and ethical crisis that challenge us to act with urgency and creativity. That is why initiatives like the forum and platforms like Launchpad are so important. They help us to co-create regenerative solutions that can turn this reality around. And I feel that there is hope if we act together and if we act now.
Yeah, absolutely. There's also a generational aspect. Uh, I can't help but noticing that most of the founders that pitched their startups in these past 2 days, as well as in many other demo days that we've been a party to, including our own, it is mostly the new generation that is concerned about the future of the world as we've known it. Why do you think we, the adults, and I'm one of them, you are much younger than I am, are blind to what the founders of this competition have total clarity about?
I think we are in a very comfortable type of living. We were born in this type of culture. We don't know how to do it in a different way. So uh, the invitation is to return to the ancestral type of living. We don't need too much to live, really, and that's also what ancestral knowledge teach us, that nature is already abundant for everybody, and that we just need to listen to her and to slow down our fast living and to enjoy, to be happy in the outsides with the closer to nature.
Yeah, absolutely. Uh, I I can't help but listen to your Caruso rooster in the background. Why don't you share with the audience the kind of surroundings in Farallones de Cali, near Dagua, where you live and work, and what that entails for the possibilities of building up, as you are, a green chamber of commerce from the natural scenery that you are in. Now we have news from the jury. So I wonder, David, if and Monica, if there's enough time for Lina to reply to my question, or we should go straight into the announcement. Apparently, you do have time, Lena.
Well, to share you, I'm going to share you my view in my office. This is what I'm talking about. Okay, it's a little blur, but well, yes, we need to go out and listen to nature and feel it and work together with the earth to uh,
Yes,
seed some new plants.
Absolutely. So, Monica, we completed our task. So,
Thank you.
David and Monica, thank you so much for the opportunity, and we'll keep on going together towards, as I said in the first speech that I presented to you yesterday, uh, to enhance the green footprint of the economy through our support of startups like those that competed on this Climate Launchpad uh, event. Thank you.
Thank you, Mauricio. Thank you, Lina. And Mauricio, what you just said is absolutely relevant. And I think that actually with all the words that we received from our guest speakers. All of them were talking about collaboration, innovation, teamwork. So definitely the role of La Cámara Verde in Latin America is absolutely essential to keep working on this process. So I'm glad that we will have a lot of new conversations and have a lot of ideas for sure to keep working together and to join forces to take more advantage in a good way of this huge community of Las Americas, from United States to Argentina, also countries where Cámara Verde is in. So we want to work together and see what's going to happen next year with all these amazing people. So as we saw at the beginning of the day yesterday, and David, if you help me out with some of those numbers, but just in America, ClimateLaunchpad had more than 600 applications just in America, being the second region with more applications to this global contest. And in general, like the global number is plus 2,700. So what I was sharing with Catalina like an hour and a half ago was just this year, we have more than 2,700 minds, brilliant minds and hearts that are looking forward to keep working on a better future that they are actually doing today. And just with that number, I don't know, David, if you have the total number for the last 10 years, because this is in year 11. If we add to that the 10 last years of the competition, being between, I think that was like 40 countries or around 50 countries a year. So I think that we have an amazing global community that is working in the same road, with the same passion, with the same dream. So how is this? How do you feel this, David? What are the numbers?
Yeah, I just want to say, just wow, what an incredible 2 days that we have been able to witness through these amazing pictures. To go to your point, Monica, we're in year number 12 of Climate Launchpad. So we started in 2014. We've run every year since then. And our number of countries has varied a little bit year to year. But as you mentioned, it's always sort of been around somewhere between 40 and 60 countries participating. So when we include this year's numbers, we're at almost 18,000 business ideas submitted over a 12-year period. And I think that really speaks to this global movement. So many of my colleagues, friends, people watching at home have mentioned how inspiring it is to see so much diversity of ideas, diversity of solutions, people from different backgrounds and different contexts, all united under one banner, which is the belief that we can make a real change to our planet and tackle climate change through the power of business. And I think that's just so powerful. So I just want to say a big thank you, gracias, obrigado, to everybody who pitched. And all of the partners who've been involved. Has been a phenomenal
David,
couple of
I
days.
kind of have a chicken bun, because it's like, if we have 8,000 teams, that means if we talk about people, if we just multiply by 2, thinking that, and not all the teams are just 2 people, that means that we could be talking about 16,000 people in this global community. So we can do amazing things for sure. That's something going to happen in 2026, right, David? No pressure, but something's going to happen, right?
We're working really hard, and I think that Climate Launchpad is such a special program because we're really unique in our ability to bring together people from every corner of the world, not only the innovators themselves. I think it's really important to highlight that behind all of these startups today, there are amazing organizations like Clean Tech Hub, who's been supporting this program in Colombia and other countries now, also through partnerships in Peru, El Salvador, Guatemala, and Costa Rica. We also have partners in Brazil through Impact Hub Sao Paulo and Florianopolis. We also have been working with Warm Argentina, the Tech de Monterrey, and Clean Leap in the United States. So it's not just the startups, we're creating a global movement of many organizations that come together And, you know, they say it takes a village, and it truly does. The amount of collaboration that we've seen on this regional level all across the Americas has been absolutely phenomenal. There's been a lot of work that goes in behind the scenes, I can tell you that for sure. We also have, of course, the fantastic support today of Cámara Verde. We also had Holland House hosting the live stream at their offices as well in Colombia. And of course, our sponsors to the program. We have them on the global level with Irish Aid and Bank of America, but there are many, many local sponsors, volunteers that come to judge and provide feedback to our startups. So if we add all of those people together, I mean, it is a movement of tens of thousands of people. And I think we're all going in a similar direction. And it just fills me with so much pride and joy to see this really happening. The climate change space can sometimes feel a little bit dark and gloomy and depressing, but I think events like these and this program can really inspire people to know that we're not alone in fighting against climate change. There really are many other people who are working all simultaneously very, very hard on many different solutions all at once. And I think we can take a lot of pride in that and being part of that movement altogether.
And I join you in that, David. Total pride. It's amazing to be part of this. Is really emotional. At least I'm always emotional, but but I think that is really something that all of the people that is involved in this process is a purpose-driven initiative, right? It's because they really like Mauricio and Lina are here doing this, and Mauricio has been leading all this expansion of Cámara Verde since more than 5 or 6 years, and all is based on passion and the anxiety in the good way of really making good things, like be sure that we believe in the transformational power of the people and the transformational power and the push to have this systemic change through the companies and through the ecosystem of building business. So this has been amazing. So Mauricio and Lina, please, if you want to stay here, you can, please. But David, I think that we should go to what this today's event means, right? Like to know who are the winners of Las Americas, of this Climate Launchpad Las Americas 2025 final. So what do you think? We go now for that? I think that all the people is like, ah!
Yes, this is the moment everyone's been waiting for, and I think it's a really special moment for us from the Central Climate Launchpad team. We've been working really hard to bring back, for the first time in 5 years, the physical global grand final event in Vienna, and we know that the top 2 winners from today will be joining us and pitching live on stage in Vienna, Austria at the end of October. So yeah, maybe we go towards the announcement now, and I'm very excited.
Lina, Mauricio, thank you for being here. See you soon. Okay, so let's check. Are we going to have participants with us, with David and I here in the virtual stage? No, we are not going to see their faces? No? It will be great if we can see their expression when we said who was the winner. So, see, like, no, but we are going to, like we always do in the national, like we just invite a ton of people here and said that we're going to announce the finalists, right? Like the same that we do in the nationals. Okay, so David, I will go with the second place and you will go with the first. Okay?
Yes,
okay.
that sounds good to me. I
Okay,
can
so,
see some of the startups, Monica, are joining in into the call now.
Perfect. Yeah, there's someone else joining, right? Great. So now let's make him wait a little bit more because we are going to remember what they are going to win. David, what they are going to win, but because there's more, you know, like David have more for you that I haven't mentioned through day 1 and day 2.
Yeah, and maybe I can give a little teaser to what we're putting together in our global grand final event. So as we know, the top 2 will proceed to pitch at the global grand final event in front of an audience of about 200 people, and it's going to be a really, really great mix of people. I know that some of the number 1s from each country have already secured a trip to Vienna, But if you are one of the top 2 and you have not already secured that trip, we will also provide the travel and accommodation for you as well. Our event takes place during one full day, where it begins with an innovators fair, where there will be representatives from each of the 40 participating countries in Climate Launchpad, sharing their product or service with everyone. So it's going to be a great opportunity to meet other change makers from all around the world and see what they are all working on, and also an opportunity to share what you're working on with others as well. There'll be some breakout sessions, and then we will move into the live pitching, which will take place at 5 p.m. with the global top 8. So that is 2 startups from each of our regions. This year, we're operating programs just like this in the Americas, in Asia Pacific, where we have 8 participating countries, Europe with 11 countries, and Africa with 11 countries as well. So it is going to be a pretty big day. We actually will be offering cash prizes this year. For the first prize, 10,000 euros, for the second prize, 5,000 euros, and for the third prize, 3,000 euros. So if you are in the top 2 today, you will be pitching for cash prizes at the end of the road in Vienna. I will also add that we've also organized a beautiful dinner for all of the participating startups from all around the world that will take place the night before at the Vienna City Hall. And that's sponsored by the city of Vienna. So all in all, it's going to be an amazing couple of days. I think it's going to be a great opportunity to meet other like-minded people from every part of the globe and really share in each other's passion for finding solutions to climate change through business. We're really, really looking forward to it. And Monica, I believe you will also be joining us in Vienna. Am I right?
Yes, I'm more excited than all these faces that I'm seeing here in the screen. I am like, yes, this is amazing. Yes, it will be awesome. Awesome. I'm so excited for all of you. And then I'm going to make you wait more for the announcement. I want to hear you, like we have here. I'm not seeing the names, sorry, I just lost the names of you. But we are seeing a couple of you in the screen, and I would like to hear you. What did Climate Launchpad means for you this year? So anyone, please open the mic freely and tell us what did this global contest in each of your country means for you this year in this journey of being climate entrepreneurs. We would love to hear you. Janet, one?
Okay, yeah, I'll go first. I guess if I look at the Climate Launchpad, one thing that has really been very instrumental for us was to figure out how we can actually understand our climate impact. Yeah, you can be producing sustainable fuels, you're looking at the life cycle reduction emissions, but I think it was really instrumental in helping us understand how to calculate them and then understand how we're actually going to create impact. So I think, to me, that was one of the best things that I think Climate Launchpad has done. And then beyond that, definitely there's like the 3-day bootcamp. That was a lot, but I guess it was it was worth it. When it reached the point of recommending, I was panobating whether to say, should we reduce the time, should we increase the time, because I felt like every other time we spent, it was variable, and I guess that's why we were able to come up with the slide decks that were actually that made sense throughout this entire competition. Yeah, so I guess that's kind of like our perspective from this competition so far.
Janet, thank you so much. And that means, David, that we accomplished one of the goals, because actually that topic around the impact measurement actually is one of the things that we are like working on much more for the contest. But that theme, that chapter in the process is super important, because what we want to work with you in that process is that you start from the beginning to have the basis of how to measure impact. Because in the way, you're going to have a lot of pressure, like sales, marketing, commercial, all these business as usual things, but you're not business as usual. You're the business that actually the world needs. And how do we demonstrate that? in how do we measure impact, how do we understand what kind of impact, and not just measuring climate, that actually that's the focus of this, and that was we were talking about on the bootcamp, but also how you spread that mindset of impact measurement to do your business something different of someone else, and the way that you communicate is going to be different. And the most important thing is that you are going to be far away from greenwashing and impact washing, because you have the tools, you have the structure, you have the mindset, you have everything you need to make a business that is strongly based and purpose driven, and that you have the tools for how to communicate the real impact that you do. So thank you, Janet, for your comments, because super happy that we accomplished one of our most important missions. So let's go on here. Other team.
Monica, yes, I go a long way back with ClimateLaunchpad, Climate Tech Hub, Clean Tech Hub, sorry, Climathons, Catalyst, Climate Kick. It's been a roller coaster. You guys have seen me since I had a small idea. I've pivoted, I found my niche, I found everything. So all the support that I've had from every mentor that I've met through all the programs has been great. They've always made me put my feet on the ground and told me, hey, okay, you have a good idea, you have a good storytelling, climate impact, everything, but stop thinking about a hobby. This is a really expensive hobby. So being a little bit different than Janet, I think my mentor made me realize that I had to go more on the economic side, more on the business side, and try to give more value to what I was offering, so I can become rentable and viable economically on the long run. So I think that's something that I gained a lot of value from Javier, my mentor. So big shout out to him.
Great, thank you. The mentors are essential part of. Okay, who else? The last opinion, and then I will not make you wait anymore. Someone else want to say something? Fernan, Francisco, Ana, who else?
Hi. Well, I want to say that it was a really intense experience, and we could remake our pitch. So that was really awesome. The tutors and the mentors were really great, and the organization and the punctuality of the event was really impressive. So overall, a recommended experience for everyone in Latin America.
That's great. Thank you so much. Okay, nothing further. So, Lini, let's run the presentation here to make some noise. I always say that I'm going to have like a drummer or something. I need to make some noises. Melanie from Argentina said, qué nervios, felicitaciones a todos, tanto Esquivo como los organizadores. Thank you, everyone. Okay. So, we have the second place, of course. This is like a beauty contest with your face. Janet Ecograins from USA, from United States. Congratulations. Congratulations also to the Clean Leap team that worked with you and that also opened this country to these global competitions. Congratulations, David. Do you want to say something to Janet?
Janet, I just want to say huge congratulations. I think to all the finalists, making it this far is an amazing achievement in itself, but to make it all the way into the global grand finals is truly impressive. It was really heartwarming for me to hear about your experience as well. So thank you so much for sharing that with us, and I'd love to hear some words from you as well. Congratulations.
Wow, thank you. I'm kind of puzzled, not sure what to say. But I would say definitely I'm happy, and I would love to, first of all, I think, thank also my mentor. They got us run together with the entire Clean Leap team, Peter, Martin. They were really like helping us in terms of like several pitch sessions, practice pitch sessions, giving us feedback all here and there. So I would say the win is not just for us as Eco Grains. I would say for the entire team, and I would call them the backstage team that have been able to push us to this point.
Congratulations, Janet. Will be so nice to meet you in Austria. And of course, this is a competition, and this is the way that the things need to run. But we have said always in ClimateLaunchpad that everyone is a winner. You know, we spent like months working with you. We had these 3 days boot camp, super intensive. We pushed yourselves. We give you the mentors. We give you another experts to work on other topics. Like there's a lot of things. And also something that I say here in Colombia with the people that is participating in the programs of CleanTech Hub is, you know, the programs and these kind of spaces is just an excuse. And the excuse is for being part of this community. We were talking about a community of almost 20,000 people around the world. So all of you, the ones that the 116 teams that were in the boot camps in Las Américas are part of this community. So everyone is, you need to push everyone. You need to push your local organization. So Argentina, you need to push Warm America, Warm Argentina. From Mexico, you need to push the Tech of Monterrey. In US, you need to push to Clean Lead. And you need to push everyone, you know, because there's the opportunity to do these things, but you need to go further and be proactive and ask for it and say, okay, what are going to be the next steps? Okay. Okay, David, your moment.
Okay, will we roll the same animation again?
Let's roll the presentation, yeah, like a little bit more slow, that David mentioned first the name before the presentation. Okay.
Are we ready? So this is the moment we've been waiting for. I want to say a big congratulations to this startup. They're definitely incredible. It's one fly. Congratulations.
I want to see the face. One day.
Monica,
thank you.
No, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Like I said before, it's been a crazy ride, and I'm really excited to represent Colombia in the final, in the global final. I'm speechless, to be honest. It's been crazy. I've had ups and downs, a lot of technical problems, finding out my MVP, my proof of concept. But I think we can make a big impact one fly at a time.
Juan, denle protagonismo.
Vamos a ver congratulations Juan. Again.
Let's see Juan in the whole screen. And with Janet, both of you. The first and the second place, congratulations. The rest of the teams, really, you are the winners too. Congratulations. So we are seeing all of you in Austria, right? So I think that David and ClimateLaunchpad team with Majo, that they have been amazing through all this year. I think that Majo already did send to the email to Janet and Juan to organize. Well, Juan is already in because Juan also was the winner of Colombia National Final. So you are ready. So Janet, be aware that you're going to get that email in a couple of hours. So you need to give the response as soon as possible to arrange everything about your trip. So, well, David, that's the end of the day 1 and 2 of this ClimateLaunchpad American Regional Final. So, a couple of words to close these days.
Yes, I just want to say once again a huge congratulations to both the teams. We're so proud of your achievement, and we can't wait to meet you both in Vienna. As Monica mentioned, my team will be in touch with you, Janet, very shortly to organize your trip to Austria. To all of the teams who pitched over the last 2 days, I want to say that this is just the beginning, no matter what the result is. You're now part of an amazing community. You've made so many connections, and hopefully we've been able to help you advance your business just one step further. And I really hope that you all stay in touch with ClimateLaunchpad, with our partners and the team. We'd love to follow your progress as you go forwards. As a final thank you, I want to say thank you so much to the entire team from CleanTech Hub Colombia. Monica, you have been an absolutely outstanding host. Angie, Anna, Gideon, Job, the entire team behind the scenes. I have seen how much work has gone into this, and it really has shown with the quality of the production and just the general organization. And we are so thankful to have such a reliable partner on the other side of the world. We're so proud of everything this community has been able to bring together. A final thank you to all of our sponsors, in particular Irish Aid, Bank of America, Holland House, and the Cámara Verde. And see you in Vienna. Thanks so much, everyone.
Let's go.
Wow, so excited. Bye, everyone. And remember that here in America, we produce innovation, we produce new business. We are creating the business for have a better planet, not tomorrow, from today. So congratulations, everyone. Thank you for building the future today. Bye-bye.
ClimateLaunchpad is a fantastic global competition that helps entrepreneurs bring their green startup ideas to life. I was invited to be a volunteer mentor, coaching teams on how to pitch their ideas to panels of venture capitalists. The winners would leave with their idea funded. One team I coached had an innovative, cost-effective solution to improving indoor air quality, critical in a role where wildfires are prevalent. Their technology was simple and scalable, but their pitch was all facts and no heart. So I asked them, why does this matter to you? That opened the door to a personal story. That personal story was ultimately woven into their pitch. And suddenly they weren't just sharing a product, they were sharing a mission, one that others could jump on board and support. And that's where I found my place, helping founders make information impactful, turning their ideas into stories that move other people. Mentoring through ClimateLaunchpad has been an extremely fulfilling experience, and it's one of the ways that I can pay it forward in helping to solve the climate challenge.
Hola a todos, mi nombre es Ana Carrala, soy consultora de movilidad y ciudades sostenibles, mentora y coach de innovación climática. Y ¿qué os voy a decir? Que estoy orgullosa de formar parte del programa ClimateLaunchpad en la edición de Argentina. Y bueno, uno de los momentazos de ser mentora de este programa, sin duda, ha ocurrido hace 5 minutos, que mis chicos, como yo los llamo, mi equipo, me han ensayado el pitch y bueno, se me ha escapado una exclamación, un aplauso enorme, porque sé que detrás ha habido un trabajazo. Han sido 3 semanas de reuniones, de mentorías, que empezaron con una alineación y con una visión que teníamos muy clara y que han resultado en una parte visible que es el pitch, que soluciones como las suyas son las que necesitan nuestro mundo. Que el mundo cambie, no solo una startup at a time, como dice el eslogan de ClimateLaunchpad, sino uniendo y conectando esas soluciones que están ahí fuera para activar el cambio que necesitamos. Así que nada, gracias por la oportunidad, gracias a ClimateLaunchpad y gracias a la organización World, a Facundo y a Melanie por llevar esta edición muy lejos. Un abrazo.